Oh, well then you are the best wizard in
Did
these
Ruben
lands.
not get healed in
Yeah.
Wiglaf's solo
No,
session?
killed me
He
yet.
didn't get healed in Wiglaf's solo session.
What the
And
fuck?
Wiglaf does not have
Hey,
a healing spell, sorry.
no, not
Wiglaf
right
was
now.
busy doing other things.
Wait,
Hey,
Thanks, Big Laugh.
hey, you know
Got
my
screwed.
stuff. You are a good friend, but my deity, you like if I disobey them, I get bonked.
So you had to spend all your spell points for your deity.
No, no, I don't. It's
wait,
just
can
weak
we
left
even
really. Huh? Go ahead.
um
Wait, is this like fight coming up right now? Now?
Yes, right now we're like right outside of the area.
Oh, oh, okay. This is gonna be interesting. What do I have available? Hold on.
Before we jump into this question,
I have
any
bless.
recappers?
Oh shit.
I think
Any
this is
recappers in
your
chat?
turn. I think this is your turn, Duck.
It's my turn.
I don't think it gets a turn.
Let's give himself inspiration.
We don't want to give the enemies an inspiration. No, we're not doing that.
Oh, I gotta watch the Twitch
You
thing.
don't want to give
What
them
happened
So,
inspiration.
last time?
What happened last time? Well, the last session got afterwards titled to be now named Hancock and the Tiny Black Dragon with Butterfly Wings. Because somehow the main objective last session was for Usma to find out what the fuck was happening in the forest and talking to a crazy person.
I remember that.
well, we started last session in where we finished our battle. Great adrenaline-filled, blood-curdling battle with the hobgoblins, where we almost lost two of our four party members, but managed to survive fully intact. We rested for a night, a short distance from the hobgoblins' grave area. Uh, After resting, the party split, with Reuven going to investigate the hobgoblin camp, where he found nothing but a bunch of uh, skunks, right? But while the rest of the party moved closer to our closest town, you have to look at the map. Paul,
Bonnie?
map is loaded. Yeah, possibly. I have the map
Bonnie, I
up.
think.
So we moved the rest of the cart camp. Nope, party. That's the word.
We moved.
Moved
Yeah.
towards Lani,
Mhm.
and Reuven caught up. And luckily, nothing happened to either party while they were separated. We, by like the end of the day, managed to make it to Lani. Uh, at the beginning, didn't really have any problems with the law. Everything went splendid. We Reuven and Wiglaf went and enjoyed themselves shopping. Reuven had a chat with the Great Tome Keeper, aka the barkeep, while our little Uzma went and committed a felony just randomly. He knocked
Awesome.
down a poor man's door. A so someone would call a disabled poor man's door,
That's so good.
Okay,
and
being painted in a pretty bad light here.
yeah,
You
well,
can try to
maybe.
paint it in a better light, but I think this is gonna be problematic.
Did we even know that he did that? Like he just gets back to the party. He's like, hey, I didn't get any information. Let's
No,
go.
nobody knew that it
Yeah,
was
Yeah,
I know.
happening.
this is out of
Um,
character.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I'm sure they, or maybe they didn't, but I assume there was some commotion.
No, you said like blanket statement. You filled us in, so it's up
Yeah.
to you how much you gave us. I
Oh,
guess.
okay.
I probably told you guys.
That you paid a fine.
Yep.
Yeah, he did.
Paying out like ten
Gold.
percent of our hard-earned gains.
7?
Okay, possibly.
Not even.
I thought he only gave
Exactly
me two
7.
gold coins or something, or one gold coin or something.
7 total. And
That's
we
it.
earned like 140. So, what, 2%?
5?
My quick math is bad.
Yes, 2.
5.
Yes. No? 5.
Yeah, 5.
1/20th.
Yes, that's true.
Continue.
When none of us are good at math. God damn.
Actually, Usmar might actually be pretty good at math. He's in calculus too, right?
Yeah, but not maths with numbers, only maths with letters.
Right. I keep forgetting how that works.
Right. Well, after which, still Uzma, after a series of troubling encounters with the police and this so-called crazy man, he finally coerced this man to tell Uzma his story, and got to know that there's this fairy dragon, maybe black dragon creature that's been just annoying and heckling this poor man.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, we decided to be like, okay, well, this is gonna happen then. So we like made sure to not have our tent and have our stuff ready for the night when we were traveling in this forest. And it's like, I guess we could just accept that it's like a dragon fairy thing running around. But Uzma was quite interested in that information. But so after just hours of this, both in and out of game, we eventually managed to leave Lani to into the forest where we met a bunch of bad plants slash wacky flowers. Only a couple miles into the forest that were hurting us, that hurt Reuben, and we marked it on a map to know that. And Reuben said it as one of his like quests, maybe a bad word, but as like he noted it down as something that should
Wacky
probably
flower
be
bad
taken
plan.
care of. Yes, right, for like the health of the forest.
I can't see the
Uh,
word.
but we decided not to tackle with that right then and there, as we were a bit under prepped and not, and by Usma standards, not powerful enough. So we left that and then traveled more into the forest where we were. We camped in the forest for the night. I guess Wiglaf went off during the night for something. The rest of the party doesn't know. Uh, when we woke up, we were in our travels interrupted by our friend Expensive Kitty again, who brought us to seemingly a den of kobolds that the precious Expensive Kitty wants us to take care of.
Yes.
If does Wiglaf or Broken want to tell us what happened with his?
Yes. On my watch, I totally disregarded my party completely and thought that I needed to please my god a little more than I have so far. So I figured, what does Wiglaf know about the symbol of death? Or at least some sort of like symbology of like some sort of philosophy. Like what would the animal of death be represented? And of course, I was able to get that answer through contemplation and a little bit of dice rolling. So anyway, I found that an owl is the symbol of death for these people. All of the, or most of the people around here. So I figured, well, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go out and find myself an owl. It will be the spokesperson slash, symbol to show all of the good folk of everywhere that a priest of death has entered the town and don't fuck about. Just kidding. I'm probably gonna just give him an alms box, maybe a few crackers and stuff, and blah 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 blah. But yeah, it's supposed to symbolize, that sort of thing. I went into the forest, almost got in trouble, probably almost got in trouble with like some encounters, but I was able to find an owl. Not the easiest way to find one, but I did. And I still have one spell slot left, so yay me. His name is Zool. He is 2 intelligence, which is remarkable for like I guess any animal. I guess mostly just 1. or at least normal, non-magical animal. And he is probably almost the size of Wiglop himself, or at least in height, or like wingspan, maybe more. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I don't know his color yet. Maybe it'll change along the way. Who knows? But
Looks
Zool,
like an
yes, yes, now just before now.
So to be precise, you did not disregard the party during your watch. This was actually in the morning after sleeping.
That might be
After you woke up, you wandered off into the forest. Rufen kind of knew because you talked with him about the owl, and he actually managed to spot you while you were charming the owl. Yeah, so unbeknownst to you, Rufen actually was watching for a short moment when you were in your 10-minute long, 1 hour long ritual. So the party had a delayed start that morning, but nothing happened. Other than now you have an owl that you somehow have to carry around. And that might be a problem at some points. We will see. Anyways, I have managed to switch my scene, so now stream is also able to see what you can see. And I'm not staying 2 hours on my welcome. Oh god.
Learn
streaming is
from our
hard.
mistakes.
Streaming is hard. Okay, so here we are at the brink of combat, basically. Wiglov, I will allow you to make one wisdom check if you would have healed Rufen in the morning first.
This is an important check. Don't fail.
24.
Okay, give me a 1d8.
Don't know what the score.
3! Perfect, okay. Rufen, you get 3 hit
Perfect.
points.
Are you up to full now?
Oh yeah.
Yes, that was just enough.
Nice.
And here we are
No, Ruben.
on the
Ah,
map.
that's good.
You are on the bottom right. The kobolds have been
wow.
spotted on the
Oh,
other
do we
side
know where
of
he is?
this riverbed.
Oh,
Are
what-
we here now? Is this just Ruben and the kitty and we're just on the map?
You can decide how close to this you are. Ruven and the kitty were on this map, like next to the tower, next to
At
the
the
tree, but
at the end of last session, we traveled somewhere, I think here or here, and saw and had like a good look at these three, and then came back to talk to you guys. So I guess here we're here huddling right now,
yeah.
discussing in hushed voices.
Yeah, you do not have to be on a map. You can be, I don't know, however far away from this point you want to be. But this is the map, and this is the place where you will be entering the map from the bottom right.
Do we see them? Or do we know that? Can we use this information?
Yes, this is information that Ruven has gained.
Do I know it? Do I know that they're exactly 35 feet away, and that I can't sleep all of them?
You can make your best guess.
Okay. So,
What's the problem, Uzma?
If we would, if we wanted to go with the plan of sleeping them
Mm-hmm.
and then just assassinating everyone, they're not close enough to each other so that they'd be in my spell's range.
What's your spell?
I can center
Thing.
it at some point, and then it's a 15-foot radius. Or two
I
people
see.
can't be further than 30 feet away from each other.
if I cast bless on the party, would the kobolds hear it?
How far away
No.
is your thingy?
90 feet.
90.
That gets pretty close.
So if they're 115 feet away, could they hear me casting bless?
You can
I
be
don't think
further
it's-
away if you want to be. So
I don't think it's a risk we should be taking. There's gonna be more kobolds. I don't think we should try to bless against these three.
Oh, okay. let's let's bait the kobolds out. Make sure we get the most of them where we need them, or we can try and surprise them, like Ruben
How
can. Like,
about we try something like you sleep two of them, and I guess the rest of us will try to take the other one down quickly.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'll try to sleep the two further back. I think.
okay,
I think they're more important than this guy.
okay, sounds fine to me. I'll just try and get there as quickly as I can.
How far would I need to be? I'd need to be able to cast here. I could cast like if I could get. I don't know if I can get behind this rock. Behind this tree is not enough.
So I'm gonna probably have to get on the other side of this riverbed, right? Like, is there water here, or is it just drowned out or dried out?
The riverbed is currently dry,
Oh,
but this
cool.
has like ledges that are like
I see.
10 feet or so.
Would it be difficult for me to get across this log here to reach the kobolds?
Depends on how quickly you want to be.
That's a good.
I can from behind this tree. I can sleep these two. So
What's
then
your
the one that is not slept is this further
Isn't
away
this isn't this rock in the way? Can you not see them?
one. I don't think I need to see them both. I'll double check.
Well, I'd like to have at least a tiny bit of a head start and move slightly left for the cat because I have the slowest movement speed. Yeah, because we don't even know like if there are any kobolds over here.
There probably are going to be other kobolds, so I assume they're like camping this way.
Mm.
That's my assumption. I might be completely wrong.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I'll get behind this rock and stay here, just in case like there are kobolds that are coming like over here.
they're probably all sleeping, so that's
Oh, well,
these
That's
three are the main ones. So how far is your charging distance, Wiglaf?
Oh yeah, we changed those now, right? They're different from
Wiggler's
how
before.
charge
we
is 90 feet, but he cannot charge to them from where he is.
no.
Okay.
Also, I'm no longer over encumbered. Yay!
Oh, actually, oh my god. This is dry out now.
Mhm.
How deep is this? How
10
high
feet.
is this? 10 feet.
Like it's not a straight drop, but you would have to climb it.
Sure. Is that an action or is that like 2x movement for the distance or like
3x
what?
movement.
Sorry?
3x movement.
3x movement. Oh, 3x.
30 feet to go up
Okay, but
and
we don't
down.
need to. If so, we're here now. But you said we could be from anywhere from the map. So could we have snuck behind this rock over here? To like out of the map.
You can try to do that, but there will be a better line of vision for the kobolds.
Oh, true.
Like the cat
True.
has brought Ruven where the cat has brought him.
True. Basado Kato.
Exactly.
Could I get a rules calculation, DM, of if my bow range just without the is normal is 30 feet in the like because of my specialization, but normally it's 50, 100, 170. At which at what range is like my normal like plus
No,
zero?
no, no. Your the specialization gives you a additional category point blank if you are
Yeah,
in less
but
than 30 feet, and else
okay,
it's 50 yards. Like 50 yards is your normal range.
50 yards. Okay,
Yes, above 50 yards you are in medium range, and above 100 yards, so what it is in long range.
You could shoot from like the side of the riverbed,
okay,
right?
yeah. So like,
We can't get
150
that.
feet is
Yeah,
good enough to hit all.
from the edge
Yeah.
of the map, if there are no trees in the way, which there are, you could shoot everything.
Like, is that a tree?
I will
This is a tree.
quickly switch on the dynamic lighting so you have some idea what's the.
Oh, that would have been nice. It's like, no, we were
I
treating.
think this should. Oh, yeah, so this is
Oh
about
yeah.
like how the
Okay.
vision is blocked and where you cannot shoot through.
So I
Okay.
can shoot this guy
Yeah, as long
easily
as
from
your
here.
line of sight does not clip through any of the black spaces.
Okay. But from like
Yeah, no, you wouldn't be able to shoot him from here, but if you were standing where I'm standing, you should be able to shoot him.
So do we want to fight this now? I don't think there's too much. I'm gonna try to sleep these two on the right,
Mhm.
and Ruben try to kill this guy, or I guess everyone try to kill this guy.
Can you do it from here? Where do you need to go?
I need to be behind this tree. This is 90 feet. I can shoot there, and then I can hit them both.
You'll be clipped through the darkness if you shoot from here.
Yeah, I'll
I
go
think
behind the same tree with you because I can get it.
You could be here, but that's again, I guess it's not really behind the
I
tree.
think I can be behind the tree and then be like peeking behind the thing.
Yeah,
Like
you
Oh,
can be
you mean
behind
like
the
a-
tree and peek, just as fine.
yeah.
like a lean thing. Yeah, gotcha. I don't know if lean was a thing.
So are we
Yeah.
agreed on the plan?
Wiglaf, do you want to use your new buddy to help us as well?
I can't. I have 3 weeks of training him in game time to like do 3 simple tasks until I can speak to him. That would make it more interesting. I don't know if I can actually just tell him like, okay, go do your thing, because I can't speak my
So
my buddy.
technically, the owl is just a pet at the moment. It's
Oh.
not a follower or anything. The owl has no idea. It's just going to follow you.
Yeah. I guess I can
Yeah.
try. Can I try and like flutter it away, like as in don't stand around or don't stick around here?
You can probably like try to throw it up a tree and then motion that it's supposed to sit there until you call it back.
Yeah. Can I do that?
Sure. Or you can
Okay,
place
I'll
it
just
on
go-
the donkey.
What? That'd be funny. Yeah, Zeus, stay here. Hold on, I'll be back.
More interesting question, Ruven, are you trying to get the kitty involved or not?
That'd be hilarious.
Did I was talking to a kitty before as we got here, and like, what impression did I got? Does it want to, or is it more like, I can't be bothered? This is why I got these jumps involved.
You're not
What
really
impression
sure.
do I get?
Like you just know that the cat came up to you. Like somehow the cat knew that you are back in the forest and tracked you down and tried to get you to help. And then you basically instantly agreed and followed the cat. So now here you are.
Yeah.
The cat has told you that there are many kobolds, well, many grey, brown, red, black things that poke and donk, which Coffin has interpreted as kobolds, which was a good interpretation.
Good.
Here you are.
Good one, Griffin.
I think Ruben will not tell the cat to do anything. It's gonna just like be like, okay, and like scratch his back a little bit, and let the cat just do what the cat wants. Because
Saying
at
anything
least
to the cat?
I think at the end of the session he was kind of like, yeah, I'll me and my friends will help you, and set things on that line of thought.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the cat is following you, so
Also, guys, we should probably have like a backup plan if this doesn't work, and like we miss the other one.
Well, the backup plan will be on the next turn, right?
Yeah,
if
but
we miss that guy, he's probably gonna run away, or and wake up his friends.
right.
If he does that, we have a very good head start to run away because 2 of these guys are sleeping and this guy's running away. I think that's what we should do.
Okay.
You just
My
want to
move is-
run away.
I mean, that option is super viable. I don't know if that's we could go and try to like kill these guys while this guy's missing, but then we'd have to 4v however many kobolds there are, and since we don't know that variable, Um,
I think we're gonna just kind of stay here for a few rounds and see if they start charging at us or not.
yeah, we could.
So you tell me when you enter the map.
Yeah, do we have a plan B?
Do we just want to stay here, like climb a few trees or something, and just pelt them from range if they come at us?
You can shoot up to 150 feet away, or
Yeah.
okay. Well, you should
I
have hit
don't-
him if you come up on the trees.
I
but-
don't know how well I'd be. I don't think I could shoot a sling from a tree. I imagine like there's too many branches in the way. It would make it like hard.
Yeah.
Do you have
Uh,
other spells if they're in close range?
If they're in close range, I can color spray them.
Okay, so we should have like
Coffin has also
enough.
a color spray ready.
Uh,
I would stress that we don't know how many kobolds there are. The cat said like what 9 or 10, but
yeah,
it's a cat.
yeah.
Well, I mean, let's see if the first plan works, and hopefully it does. We'll get to the second plan when we get to it.
Okay.
Well, we need to have the second plan ready by the
I
time that
think-
we'll be getting to it.
The second plan is then to like stay in this area and not rush at them, but
Okay,
also not run away,
Okay,
and then make a decision on the
fine.
situation. Like, yeah.
Yep, it'll be a little bit hard for them to cross this area, so
Right.
we'll have an advantage fleeing even if they kind of close the distance. Okay, I think we got a plan.
So I think the starting will be at least Reuven and Uzma to go slightly up front, and
Right here.
the rest of you slightly behind us, and we do our shots.
Okay.
Okay, you have entered the map.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to. It's 6. I have 6 movement speed, so that's like 60 feet. So up here, or
Yeah, but don't move there yet.
you want to shoot off first, and then I move, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So as we, I'm assuming Uzma came from this direction. Can I have
Nope.
gone from like this direction, DM?
Mhm.
Or is that also a bit too?
No, you can be on this tree. You are an elf. You are basically invisible in forests if you do not stay too close to your party.
Wow. Invisible in forests. Let's not forget that.
Well, he has to be
Okay.
90 feet away from his party to have the street going. But yeah,
Well,
elves are
This is
really
good enough.
crazy in reality. Like we
good.
overlooked a few things, I think.
I'm casting sleep. Okay, right here.
Yeah, I think there's like a Reuven told you to like prepare or like wait for like a couple of like a round or two, as
Okay.
like Reuven will draw his bow and like do his best to whatever aiming function is there, just like steady his breathing, go on one knee, like really wait for the perfect shot.
Okay.
You just
And
tell me when
then-
you're ready and when you're starting.
I'm ready. I'm starting.
Okay,
Already.
off goes
I'm sleeping.
the
here.
sleep spell.
And Reuven shoots.
2d4. I don't know if this makes a difference. 5 hit dice. So if they're
Wow.
super
5 hit
kobolds, they're
dice.
sleeping.
Let's check how close all the other kobolds are. Okay,
What?
no, they,
I guess that's important. Then I target it here.
you targeted there. Okay, let me check.
So 15 feet.
15 feet in all directions. Okay. Okay. Reuven, you see as these two kobolds start to kind of really instantly fall asleep, and the kobold to the left looks at them as
Just as the kobold to the left turns its head, Reuven will attempt to see the chance and
okay.
release
roll me
his
an attack.
arrow. Okay.
Kobold's
get
not
any
expecting-
bonuses
The kobold is
with
not expecting the
surprise,
attack,
anything?
so yeah, it's +4.
I need to still turn you up a bit. Sorry, Duck. Okay. My normal to hit is a +4, so it's
Is it?
another +4 on top of that.
Isn't the +4 only against goblins?
No,
Yeah, I thought
he
that was
has a
only-
normal
I have
+4
another
because
+4.
he's fucking elf and high dex
Oh,
and specialized.
yeah.
Yeah.
You all
okay,
get
nice.
spells. Don't even worry about it.
I don't
Okay,
personally. I don't
alright.
have any spells that do what you do.
Shoot. Don't
Yep,
roll a 1, okay?
21.
21, okay.
21.
You hit. Give me a damage.
Okay.
That's not damage.
Uh,
That
21.
is a lucky
Wow, it's
roll.
bad.
Um,
Wow.
the kobold falls to the ground. Time's ticking.
Falls to the
We
ground?
enter into
Okay.
initiative now. How long does sleep last?
5 rounds.
5 rounds, okay.
Hey, I'll get like halfway there before then.
Let's see if the falling spear does enough clunky to make something
Modifier is a +3, correct, for my weapon speed?
happen. Roll initiative, please. All of you.
can I do like a free action type thing at the start of the round, start of the initiative?
Oh, I was already doing that. Never mind.
No, this is
or
at
is
the
that-
point where we start initiative. You got your ambush off, and
5.
now it's
No,
initiative time.
not 0.
How do you roll 14?
Sling is 8.
Why are you
Wow.
rolling sling?
Because I can change it to movement, and
Oh.
I don't know what to do. I'm not gonna go dagger at them,
Okay.
I think.
Ruben is. Also, I think I have some stuff mixed up. So on my roll 20 sheet, I only have 4 armor spells, but I'm pretty sure I have 6 as by my actual character sheet. Yes.
Yes, you should have 6. That's because we changed some things around and I moved you to this map too early, so just change it to 6.
Yep.
Alright, first is Wiglaf.
Uno momento. Okay, just had to, support the DM. All right. I'm gonna move 60 feet. That's, I think, 6 is my movement speed. I think. So let's hope this works. Yeah.
As you're getting close to the tree that is over the riverbed, you see that it's very mossy and probably
So-
slippery.
Okay.
So
I was here, so then I go here. Okay.
do you still want to walk over it?
Maybe not. Can I say it's half my movement speed? Am I allowed to dodge or like make sure like I guess I'm anticipating someone maybe trying to shoot something at me. Can I kind of like hide behind my shield or something? What would that be called? Like
Blocking,
block? Okay, I'll block.
like half your
Yes.
movement and blocking is fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just stay on the side of the tree.
Okay. Next up is Corfin, who will sneak his way over to this tree, standing next to Osma, like accidentally beneath Osma, sorry. Let's give the cat an initiative as well. The cat goes next. And the cat will... Oh, the cat was next to Reuven, and the cat is staying next to Reuven. Readying an action, so... next turn is...
Oh shit.
Why is
I
nobody
didn't
in
even
this
get
room
a-
here?
Could you repeat what you said, Doug?
Sorry, for some reason my tracker was not showing anything, but now it is. Okay. Your turn, Reuven.
Okay. I will take like one quiet foot out of the tree cover and aggressively do the universal gesture of silence of like putting the finger up to in front of the lips of like shushing gesture. And then attempt to. I rolled initiative with like 3, so movement. So just like, if possible, could I use my move silently feature to just get close to them, get close to the sleeping kobolds?
Move silently reduces your movement to a third, I think.
Okay, so that'll be 4 movement. That's just full movement. That's
40
40?
feet.
Yeah, you'd be moving like
40 yards, right?
You can like move silently in yards, I think.
Oh, okay. So that'd be 40 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, is that enough to like? That's to like get here, I guess, and then
Get to the edge and slide down. Yes, if you want to.
okay. I will attempt to do so.
Okay. Attempt to do so.
Yeah, I'll move. I'm assuming keeping the tree as like my cover until I'm just past it, and then get here.
As you like,
35.
give me a perception check as you step out behind the tree.
He's gonna slide right down there.
17.
Okay.
Oh,
Very focused on the stealthy aspect. I think I get one more. It's 40. I get one more square.
Yep.
Yeah, keeping low, keeping like cat.
Yeah. The kitty follows you and jumps a bit in front of you, hiding behind this rock.
Okay, that's all I can do.
Usma.
I'm gonna move my token a little bit now because my vision is bugged because I'm on Corfin, I think. Okay. I am going to, I guess, cancel my shot and just walk behind this rock.
Mhm.
There's 40 feet of movement. Then I'm gonna. Can I use my action to make a perception check still? Can I like
Yes, you can.
intently look around?
In which direction are you looking?
I'm trying to look like under. Sorry. I'm trying to look like under here
Okay.
and by this side.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Not very good.
Looks like there's a shadow under the tree. Maybe something's hiding in the shadows. The rest of the east side of the map seems to be more or less blocked by the tree in front of you, and the rest is blocked by the tree that is on the east side of the map. So, not much to see there.
Yeah. So I guess I used 40 feet of movement and then I have another some feet of movement. Can I move behind this
20,
tree?
20 feet.
Wait, what? I only have 60 feet of movement?
Yeah, you used an action to do something, so half move.
Oh, okay. Wait, can Wigglytuff only move 30 feet then?
no, he
Decided
told
not
me
to
that I
go.
could. He told me that I could. He said you find out that there's a lot of moss on this log, so you might trip and fall off of it. That could probably be bad for me. So I just stuck in front of it.
No, not this turn, but like in general, if Wigglytuff wants to make like an attack action, he can move 30 feet.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yep, I guess that's my turn then. I'm not gonna. I want to stay in cover, so I don't want to move into like the middle of anything. Unless this, whatever this is, if this is cover, I'm moving behind.
No, this is the edge.
Okay, so I was gonna stick here.
Okay. Initiative next round.
Um,
Oh, that's 5 rolls. That's exactly how many we need. I was looking for more rolls. Kitty looks at you, Reuven, and does nothing. Wiglove.
I can't do anything without getting in off my like combo with anything. So I'm gonna try and stay with the wizards. So I don't want them to, unless Usmar's gonna keep moving up, right? Or you gonna keep moving?
So since combat rounds are fluid, can I say what I'm gonna do this round?
Oh, sorry.
Not really.
Okay.
I got you. No, then I'll
Wiglove
just
can
do what
delay his turn and go after you, but
Yeah. You know what? Wiglop isn't a punk. He's gonna go on the other side of this damn log. Here I go.
Yeah.
You did see Reuven last round aggressively doing the silencing gesture.
Oh well.
Did he?
That's completely up to your interpretation.
We don't really know if
Yeah.
he did.
Again, I wasn't looking. I was over here.
The
He
rest
was
of you
over
not hear me? Sorry?
No,
Did I-
well, I heard you. It's just I was like,
You're practically invisible. You're an elf in the woods.
yeah, yeah.
Wiglaf
Unless
was
you
looking
call
in a different direction, like the chance that he.
Maybe?
I guess that'd be a different. It's fine. My plan was to try and keep the wizards safe, like try and keep close to them so I don't have a lot of movement. But you
We're
seem to
fine.
have the.
Yeah, we're fine.
So anyway, yeah, I'll just move with Ruben. Try to anyway. I'm gonna move.
Okay. Where are you
Gosh,
moving?
I have like no movement. 50, 60. Yeah, so I'm just gonna 50. Let me double check this.
So you're staying on top of the ledge, or are you sliding down the ledge?
I'm gonna slide down.
Okay.
There. I'm still
Close
here.
one.
That's 55 feet. Yeah. You want me to roll anything?
No, you managed to slide down the ledge.
Oh, good. Okay, so
Everybody
I'm 5
around
feet.
you heard the noise that you made while
Yeah.
sliding down the ledge.
Yeah. I'm not even trying to be. Death comes. All right. So,
End
okay.
of your
I guess
turn, Wiglaf. Reuven, it's your turn.
I think hearing and then seeing Wiglaf like slide next to Ruben. Ruben turns his face to you as he's there, like crouched down on four limbs, looking like a expert assassin slash cat slash stealthy elf. He
Oh,
like turns to you with this nigh death gaze of just the emotions are extremely apparent on his face. He just looks at you, not saying a word, just staring at you. As his face, elveny face becomes quite red. But then he just seems to like want to say something and just turns back around, like grinds his teeth together, and then um, this time TM, I think he'll just want to be somewhat quiet, but he's not going to put his full like attention into it anymore. It's just gonna get up there, attempt to like
Okay.
not be awful, but at the same time thinking if there's anything could have heard if anything could have heard us coming, it would have already heard us. So he's not care.
True story. Oh yeah.
So how much can I move if I don't use that like my stealthy ability? But just move
120 feet
usually as an elf.
or 60 feet in attack.
Okay, that was
man.
20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Up to here is another 30, right?
Yeah.
DM?
Yes.
This distance here will be 30 feet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you're at 50. So now you got 5.
That's 50. I can make one more. First, when I'm here, I look. I don't see any enemies, right?
As you step up there, and now you can see more clearly in this direction. You see.
He's gonna start popping out kobolds everywhere. Oh my!
Group of sleeping kobolds.
I think his flushed red face instantly like extinguishes and the red freezes as slight amounts of bluish or like light come back to his face as he's like petrified there, standing like a hawk on the ledge, just frozen for a quick moment. As he like, okay, oh shit, okay. Um, I would like to attempt to finish off the sleeping goblin. That would
Oh my god!
that would still be with like
This you can get to the first kobold on the ground. Yeah. And attack him.
how like quiet do you think I can do that? Or if I want to make it really quietly, would that take like a full action?
If you want to do it really quietly, I would give you a cold shot, which would negate the bonus that the kobold is on the ground right now.
Can he not just assassinate him? He's not in combat, right?
He
Yeah,
moved, he was shocked by the rest of the kobolds over there. I think that time is ticking.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I'll attempt to do it.
Okay.
I'll attempt to roll. But this would be quietly.
Yeah.
Right. Even if I miss, it will still be quiet. Right?
Yeah.
That's, I'll. With my swords on my sides, I will attempt to just quietly end this vermin's life.
Mhm.
Do I get any bonuses?
A +4 for the kobold being sleeping and -4 for cold shot. So it was
Okay. Normal. Okay.
washes.
It's just roll normally. Yeah.
16.
You hit. Give me damage.
No damage bonus. 4.
Good job. Osma, your turn.
So I have 60 feet of movement, right? But this is double movement or triple movement.
You have 120 feet of movement.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't be able to do an action, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna scamper on down here, all the way up behind this thing.
Okay, and this is like one spot where you cannot get because the stone is like blocking.
Here
You
then?
have to be left or right of the stone. Yeah, you can be left of the stone. That's fine. And as you climb up there with the rest of your movement, you also spot in the corner the sleeping kobolds.
Murder on my mind.
Murder on your mind. Okay. Coffin is moving behind this. Moving here.
Fireball.
And Kitty was actually. Oh god, map is blocked again. Kitty was following Reuven and sneaking up here, and the Kitty will actually.
I did a +6 to hit on the kitty.
Gonna scream.
Kitty will go up here and attack this kobold. The cat is a silent assassin. It's a cat. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just
Meow.
double check its attack. Okay. Okay.
1d2.
What I need.
My cat rolls to attack. I will roll this attack in secret.
Why?
That's enough to hit.
It does something like 1d12 in damage dice. Probably.
No, it doesn't. And
I got a 3d6.
rolls a certain amount of damage and probably slays this kobold on the ground. And then looks at Reuven and says,
The rest.
kill more?
Does it say it in my head, like he did before?
No, it is like the silent voice that is coming in your direction. You have been
Okay.
actually talking with the cat.
Okay. I think. Can I respond this round or next round?
You can silently whisper 2 words back to the cat.
Yeah. He'll just say yes in Elven.
Okay. The cat hops over here. Just telling you,
no.
this might potentially go wrong, okay?
Oh yeah. Bye, kitty.
And
It did see me do it very quietly, right? And it also didn't use its action to just murder. It also had to make a roll, so it was quiet.
yeah.
Okay, so it did.
But
It
the
did
cat is
try to be
always
quiet.
quiet. The cat is extremely silent.
I'm more quiet.
I highly doubt it.
The cat attacks this kobold.
Wow.
Oh, also, are they sleeping right there? Is this like 2 scale?
This is 2 scale. Yeah, they are all huddled up down on this beneath this tree.
So we didn't see these guys huddled underneath this tree from here.
No.
Okay.
They are like not sleeping obviously in the open. They are like trying to hide there somewhat. but now you're close enough that they see you.
And the cat
The
didn't kill the
cat
kobold.
hits the kobold, skewering him for some amount of damage. The
Oh, no.
kobold is
Oh.
very much asleep and does not really get a. Let's double check. No, he doesn't roll a 10, so he is surprised and the cat gets off its last attack. Rolling a
Oh my
1.
god.
Oh no!
Wow. Wow.
It rolled a 1.
It rolled a 1 on
Wow.
its third attack, yeah.
That's
And
Doesn't even
misses,
wake
Can
up.
we
misses the
attempt to
kobold.
roll?
Oh, the cat rolled the 1.
Yeah. The kobold
Can
wakes
we
up.
attempt? Can we attempt to roll initiative before the kobold can do anything as we spot this?
The kobold
surprised,
was
right?
surprised. The kobold has been ambushed, so the next round will start with this kobold in initiative,
ooh.
Okay, but
which
okay, so we'll roll
is
it.
also now.
Oh, okay. So we just roll again.
What's the fastest things we can do, guys?
Oh boy. Ruben, just shoot things. Shoot this.
Yeah, I got a pretty fast weapon.
That's in you.
This is my fast weapon.
I'll attempt to use my bow, I guess. Shoot it through the throat.
Kitty roll. Wow. Oh no.
My thingy is a plus a 5.
What? Did I not have the... Oh no, the kobold rolled really well. The cat rolled really bad.
Oh no. Ruben, no. Oh.
It's fine.
Well, actually, he should be able to get it, right? He has 17 decks. I'm sure the kobolds do not have 17 decks.
The kobold rolled a 4 on initiative.
Oh.
Desert
really
the cat. Let the cat die.
Goodbye,
I would
Kitty.
rather let you die than the cat die.
Okay, we're just gonna get to Ruben and the cat dead.
I
Bye,
think-
bye, Ruben. We'll bang you later.
I think if this goes bad, Wiglaf is the one in danger. These guys probably don't have 12 movement.
Oh my god, yeah. You know what? I just thought about that. I'm like, I'm gonna
The
start.
cat probably has
like,
more than 12 movement.
Now that you said that, Wiglaf's gonna start running away this turn.
oh yeah, I'll do it this turn. Don't even worry about it. No. It's like, no, Ruben, we got it. Let's go. Kitty's like, kill what? No.
Alright, so the kobold goes first. The kobold wakes up and shrieks. Which
Oh,
Makes
That's
will
fine.
sense.
One,
prompt
two,
me to
three.
roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 d20s.
Don't worry, guys. We got this. No, they don't have any arrows.
Though I would like to note that I think when we were woken up by the stone golem, we had to use our turn to wake up and move. I don't think we. No, wait. Did we take weapon actions? Was it only spells that we didn't cast?
I thought
You
we
guys
did.
didn't couldn't do anything.
Take
I don't
this,
think.
take this one by one. I know what's happening. Okay, and you can scream at me later.
you scream at me like, oh,
That's
That's-
damage dice on the cat.
That's pretty bad.
Are they rolling initiative this turn?
They are
that must be
rolling
next.
a passive perception check if they get woken up by the shriek.
Okay, I see.
And
Since I'm in the brush and they were asleep, would they be able to see me in the brush?
you are down in the riverbed.
Oh,
You don't
Oh.
even know that the kobolds are there. You don't know what's happening.
that's true. This is true. You know what? This is going to be an exciting time. We've got no
And,
idea what's going on
Uh,
until Ruben tells them.
standing next to the kitty, the kobold shrieks
Uh-oh.
and then tries to run away from the kitty, stepping on the kobold, on this kobold, provoking an attack of opportunity and dying.
Does it even get to the next square?
It gets to the next square and falls down on the kobold next to it, which will most likely wake this kobold up. So this
boy.
kobold here is now awake. Is waking up.
Okay.
Wow.
Other than this, you do not know which kobolds have passed the check right now. You can roll
Well,
a perception check on your turn to
so-
find out, but
Okay, I don't know if these were rolls determined like this roll is for that and that roll is for that. But assume if two were to pass, it would be most likely that they'd be the ones next to this guy, right?
you would think so.
I would think so.
Yeah, but this does not have to be true.
Yep, but I would think so.
You would think so. Yeah. It's Coffin's turn. Coffin does not really know what's going on, but he heard a shriek. I assume so. He heard a shriek. Let me just double
Did I
check
hear a
if
shriek?
he did hear a shriek.
Oh, gives me a d20 plus 9 for my perception.
He did not.
Whoops.
Okay. Coffin is apparently not the smartest gnome
Wow.
and will actually try to make his way over there and
Oh.
arrive beneath Usma.
Hmm.
And it's Kitty turn. Kitty, now having had to fight with creatures that are actually awake, will grow in size and get big Kitty
Wow. Oh no.
and unleash its flurry of attacks.
Wow. You know what,
First
guys?
attack
We
to
might not
the
even have...
kobold to the north, who's dead. To the kobold on the south, who is also dead. And then biting the kobold who is currently waking up.
Oh my god. It was dead.
With this one has a chance to survive. Let's just double check damage. Damage is this. So how does this work?
Oh.
Why is the cat
what do
rolling so bad? What the fuck? Alright,
Oh my gosh.
cat's turn is over. Reuven goes at the same time. Here's his chance to.
My arrow goes for this same guy's throat that
Yes.
the cat's eyes were on. Do we get any bonus because it's waking up? Because
This
it was
guy's-
woken up.
He's waking up and he is still on the ground, so this is actually a negative for you.
Negative how much?
-2, I think.
Okay. Actually, thinking about the bow was not the wisest choice that then, but I don't think I can switch it out now. So, am I within 30 feet?
No.
Oh no. Can I take a 5 foot step?
Yes.
That would.
But you don't know if you're in 30 feet if you take a 5-foot step, so I think this is a ex machina decision that you would not make.
But
Cool.
also the combat, all the numbers are kind of like wishy-washy. So kind of maybe you get the point blank shot from 35 feet in real life, so it kind of cancels out, I think.
Well,
So
you already
hit.
proposed you were going to make the shot. So,
Murder
oh boy.
a goblin.
He hit anyway.
And on your turn, Reuven, you also see that this guy to the bottom left is waking up.
Do I see anyone else waking up?
Not yet.
Can I do some sort of indication to at least the one closest to me, Uzma, of that guy? Or just like say under my breath the furthest one to the left? Is that within acceptable game mechanics?
You said furthest
Yeah.
one to the left. I'd be that one
Yes.
up there. Oh, this one.
That's fine.
That I'll get an attack at the end of my turn, but at the moment I can't do anything.
Wiglove.
I don't technically know what the hell is going on. I'm going to jolly my way. And probably not even get up this damn... So 20 feet. 30,
That's
40 feet. And then... 40, 40, 40. Yeah. Boop.
Wait, am I trapped now?
You are next to your allies. You can push through if you want.
But would I be able to do that as a 5-foot step while I'm readying a shot? I feel like no.
I mean, I can move. I can move 5 feet this way. Should be able to move then. Like, boop, between here.
Yeah, should work.
Like, boop, boop.
Is there some rules about like I'm completely making this up. Do I need space for slinging? Can I just
If you have
I
your
guess my-
5-foot space, you have enough space. If you were
Okay, yeah.
squeezed, then you probably wouldn't be able to sling or standing in a bush
Okay.
or something. Yeah.
Okay. It's my turn now, and I was notified that this one's awake by Ruben. Do I have line of sight on it?
Yeah, kind of. But it's also sleeping and it's on the ground, so there's a negative.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Is my line of sight to it better from here?
No,
Or what does this
it's
look like?
about the same. This is like some roots on the ground.
Okay. So, what is it? Disadvantage?
It's -2.
Okay. 1d20 minus 2. We're not blessed, right?
Nope.
13.
13 hits. Roll me damage.
3.
Wow.
Okay. And at the end of this round, you will see that these two kobolds are also waking up.
Oh boy.
And oh, I shouldn't have told you yet because Rufen has second shots. Okay, Rufen, second and third or only second?
I only get 2 attacks.
Okay.
Two arrow left, so only 1 attack at the end.
Okay. Make your
So
second
she
shot.
needs to wake up, start waking up. Okay. 16?
Hits. Which one are you shooting?
1. It would make sense to be the closest one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or,
Good choice. Good choice.
good choice.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. Big.
They
And
probably only have like 3 D3 or D4 hit points, right? So it's only a. It's another bad chance than to
Yeah.
have only 1 hit point.
At this point, I think we have made enough noise that all of the kobolds are waking up now.
Oh yeah, they're like, what the fuck? And now here's where the doom comes.
And let's just give this one an actual initiative roll, which is, what is this initiative? A 5, and then the cat gets a roll. Roll initiative, please. And then he takes a 4.
What was the rule for move casting? Was it half movement or full movement?
It's half
I mean,
movement
60.
and cast, and your initiative gets increased by 3 because you
Okay.
move first.
But,
And then
but it's 60 feet, right? That's what half movement
yes.
is for me. Okay. Alright, don't cancel my spell, please.
Okay. First goes this guy. Really? No, this guy's dead. Okay. Let's just remove him from the order. Also, like, yeah. First goes Rufen. No, first goes Kitty, sorry. Kitty goes, and Kitty goes in and in murder rage and starts hitting things left and right. Hits the kobold in front of it. Rolls another natural 1. What the fuck? Tries to hit him again with its second attack. Kobold dead.
Another natural one.
No, it's natural 13. And turns to the one south of it and tries to bite this guy in the back. With a natural 2. What the fuck? Kitty, what are you doing?
Kitty, what are you doing?
Why are you so bad? The fuck?
So the kitty didn't kill anyone
I killed one.
Kitty has killed things. It's just, if it's been rolling
at
low.
this round.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this round, no.
The kitty in this round killed this kobold here.
Okay, this one. Okay.
And is now engaged with the kobold in front of it. And now it's Rufen's turn.
Could I hold my action or my attack until one of them stands up so I get a better shot? It'll be one of these 6, 7. No, 1, 2, 3, 5. I guess it will have to be 1.
You can decide which one you want to cover. Like you can, as a specialist, you can cover fire, which means you always go first against the action of the creature.
Okay. I'll wait for the guy I know that was fluttering his eyes and like shaking, waking up.
Yeah, this guy is standing on already. He's standing up.
Oh, he's already standing.
Yeah, he's already
Then
standing.
excellent. He's very far away from me, 55. I definitely know that he isn't like within my 30 feet. I think I'll move for that, definitely.
If you move, you
Only get one shot.
you have a specialization, not fighting style, right?
Yep.
Yep.
I will take it. I move
Okay.
20 feet.
Yep.
Hopefully I'm within 30 feet.
Sure.
This is my normal attack. A 6.
Amazing. Oh my.
That's a miss.
A little bit.
Sad times.
Sad times. Usma, your turn.
Just trying to draw it. This is a color spray.
Yep.
It says 5 by 20 by 20. I think there's like this.
Mhm.
I'm gonna. Oh boy, putting myself on the front lines.
Mm-hmm.
Let me move the wedge first, and then I'll move my character. Is that cheating?
Well, the wedge is going to be there anyway, right? So I might as well move the
I
wedge.
would say decide where you're casting from and then remove the wedge. Like, about how the size is.
Decide where I'm casting from.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
This is not. This is not like cover, right? Or is
No.
it?
No.
It's not. You can shoot over
Not like.
this.
Okay. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna move here.
Okay.
Hope that my teammates are gonna be somewhat aware and be casting like this. I guess I move a little bit further up. Well, I don't want to move further up, but like in between the boxes here.
So
that
you're,
I
you're
can-
trying to hit
This guy.
these 4 kobolds that are to the bottom
Is
left.
there 4?
You're going to
If
hit
this
this
guy gets
one,
hit-
this one, this one, and whoever might be here or here.
This guy's dead.
So
This
this
guy's
does
dead.
it.
This guy's
Like
dead.
these
Am I hitting
4
this guy?
kobolds are you hitting?
Okay, sure. Yeah,
You can like position yourselves in a way that you probably hit these 4.
sure. That's what I'm
Okay.
doing.
What's your roll?
1d6, and that's how many people I sleep.
Okay.
I mean, unconscious.
Yes. 3.
3. And I think it's the closest ones first.
Yes. So this one falls unconscious. And this one, do you want the left or the right one? I will let you choose.
Left or the what do you mean? I think it's this one and this one, right?
Okay.
I feel like this guy's closer than this guy.
We
And it's
love.
2d4 rounds. You can roll that. And secrets.
Ooh, secret rolls. Okay. Just gonna let you know that I rolled 8, okay? Just disregard those kobolds.
Nice.
Next turn. Wiglaf, your turn.
Finally, Wiglaf has made it to the battle.
Yeah.
30 feet. And I'm going to attack.
You can charge if you want to.
That gives me a negative to my AC. I'll
But a
just
plus
I'll
2
just
to hit.
attack. Well, I can't. No, I'll just.
No, okay. Roll to hit. Sandwiching the guy with the kitty.
This is strength, right? 13. Is that right? Strength.
It's the d20 plus 1, I think is your
Oh,
attack.
whoops. Oh, right. 18.
18, you hit. Roll me damage.
Maybe a d6 plus 1, so d6 plus 1. Wow,
Wow,
big damage.
good job.
Okay,
It's
well,
literally a 1 in 6 chance of you not killing this guy. And Coffin
Yeek.
goes last, and Coffin tries to climb up here. For him, this would actually be probably even harder than for everybody else. So he gets up here and positions him there, and that's it because everybody took all his actions. So no, last kobold guy.
Oh boy.
Now, last kobold guy just woke up, sees a bright flash of color in front of him. Everything looks very, very bad. Very, very bad. Half of his group is dead. He
Yeah,
rolls
baby
a...
dead.
There's an arrow next to his head.
Yeah, he almost got shot by an arrow. He rolled an morale check and he failed. So he will try to run away.
He will try.
And will run about 40 feet off the map.
It's 60 feet away.
And it's initiative time.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Oh, initiative time?
Oh wait,
Oh my god. What are these?
I think he crossed Kitty path, so Kitty actually gets an attack. He net 20. Kitty is making up for what it did last round.
Wow.
So
None survived.
Can you roll the damage now?
Kitty
Thank
dealing
you.
8 damage with
Oh
this
my
hit,
gosh.
actually murdering this kobold on the spot. There's
Totally
another
just
dead
ripped him
kobold
half.
over there. Kitty initiative. 1. This kobold goes at 3. This kobold goes at 4. This one also 3. Coffin goes at 4. And then I think we only need to remove this guy from the order and sort, and then it's... Also, I just realized that this is by now already like a long enough fight that it is no longer easy in Chile, so maybe I get some better music going.
Yeah, there was the moment there where Reuben got cold feet. Like,
That should would
right
have been
in
the
face.
perfect point to, yeah. I failed.
Mm-hmm.
So Kitty goes first, as usually, because Kitty very fast.
Yippee.
Okay, I think I have to roll in public now, because this is the third one in a row that Kitty rolled.
Wow.
I think this becomes slightly unbelievable by now, so I'm just gonna roll d20s in here. Okay, killing the
Wow.
kobold in front of it. That's the reason why I don't roll damage, because this kobold only has 1 HP left, so he's dead.
So even if
Kitty steps over 1 step, sees
Not
this
as bad as Big
guy on the ground, easy prey, not
Wow.
even moving, and attacks
I
him
thought this was going
with
to be
his
so
bite.
difficult. God.
Okay,
Kitty.
guy's also dead.
That might have even been a crit.
No, not a natural 18. But
Oh, it needs to be 18. Cool.
yeah, so it's Coffin's time, and Coffin tries to do the same thing that his friend did the last round, and tries to get a color spray off here. Notices that the distance is too far, and instead decides to go in dodge mode or whatever. And
He's gonna just shoot it off in front of Kitty and wiggle up. And...
Fresh Kobold gets to make his check to see if he's trying to run away or not. Where's the other D10? What the fuck? Ah, there it is. I don't think that's enough. What's the base?
He's probably getting so many
Nah.
negatives to that roll.
Yeah, so many negatives, and he rolled on the edge, so he tries to run away, and seeing the tragic demise of his friend the last time, he disengages and goes here without triggering the cat. Next up is the guy who has just been murdered. So he's not going, and then goes this guy over here, who does the same role. That's not on the edge. So that's 16, 12, 8. Let's just give him a check to see if he understands the situation. He understands the situation well enough to know that he cannot run away, so instead of running away, he decides to charge his greatest enemy, which for kobolds is... Who knows it?
Cats?
Cats?
Gnomes! And he charges Coffin.
Can he charge
This-
for 15
this-
feet?
Can't charge, okay.
This kobold
No.
is literally one-man army versus the world right now.
Yeah, he is. He knows that he cannot run away, so instead of running away, he tries to take down his enemy with him.
The last action hero.
And misses. Wasmars, your turn.
Can I take my 5-foot step here and bonk this guy in the back with my quarterstaff?
Do you have proficiency with quarterstaff?
I don't, so it's -5.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back attack, so it's -3 only.
Yes.
Even
So
plus
this is the
4?
first. This Osmar bought his quarterstaff from Barrios because he
Mhm.
thought that he needed some sort of like simple martial weapon
Mm-hmm.
in case of dangers. But this is actually the first time that he's pulling it out,
Oh,
and
boy.
with his high dexterity, he's able to handle the stick pretty well. But is he able to land a blow? Yes.
Oh my god.
You clear by 5. That's a crit.
That's
That
Wow.
is a crit.
That is a
So
crit.
what,
Am I doing
2d6?
I don't know what's the damage. Yeah, 6, okay. You
Wow.
bonked the guy off the head, saving your friend Coffin.
community.
And at this point...
Can I get a quarterstaff proficiency for that?
No. You have now a slightly broken quarterstaff. Good job.
What?
Just kidding, yeah. Wiglaf's your turn.
Battle scarred.
Wiglaf at least wants to get one of these damn kobolds in this damn battle, so
Yeah.
he's gonna move over. Well, I guess I could wait. Is this one right there? That one's dead, isn't it?
The kobold to the north who's trying to run away is exactly where he is on the map,
Oh well, in that
and
case,
the other
I'm
two
going
are
to try.
knocked out.
Now, if I'm gonna try and move around the body so I can do this. Boop, 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 boop. That's 30. I think it's 25 feet.
You can move in the attack, yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna run up to this one and be like, "The god of death has come for you."
Roll to hit.
+1. Oh, that's not how you do that. That one. Boop. Well.
12 is a hit.
Oh. 6. Boop. 6. Yeah.
That should be enough to kill a kobold.
Walk. Conquer on the side
Reuven,
of
it's
the
your
head
turn.
base. I killed one.
Reuven, seeing this all play out, like relaxes his bow slightly, and I think just gingerly steps like between here, but like looking around his party members, he says, "Can we leave one or two of these kobolds alive?" And then repeats the same in Elven to the cat, like, pets the cat on the head slightly. I don't have a rope on me or anything like that, but could I, like,
You have
begin to
5
like,
minutes left until these guys wake up.
Are we out of Are we out of initiative now?
If you want to, you can step out of initiative, yeah.
Can I?
Reuven, without-
I wanna step near this kobold. I looked at Corfin. Like, how much do you know about kobolds? Are these like Do you have books on them?
They are mindless little creatures who run around
I-
and like torturing
I-
people.
I open up this kobold's guts and I try to learn anything I can from kobold anatomy from a
Jesus!
live.
Reuben's like tying up this poor little kobold's like hands and arms and like removing its weapon, and you just gonna gut it?
Yes,
No,
totally.
I'm
Look,
assuming you're going for a different kobold. I'm not gonna go for the same one that Ruben is tying up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so
Ruven, if you want to tie the guy up, you have to run back to the donkey, get
Uh-huh.
get the things, and come back.
I will attempt
Right.
to do so.
Okay.
maybe
I'll
just
like
restrain.
pull.
So the last kobold is on the ground, and if Ruven doesn't come back in 5 minutes, he's going to wake up.
I'm going to pray to my god to see if my god wants it dead. 1d20 wisdom check would be a wisdom check,
I tell the others to like look over the kobold for me,
of course.
and then run away.
Can I roll the wisdom check see if my god wants that last kobold dead?
Um, let's
I mean,
go ahead. Roll
death
a
of a
wisdom
death god.
check.
22.
You are thinking about this, and you don't really get an answer.
Well, that means a maybe. So I'm gonna walk up to it and thunk, crack it right in this, like the sleeping kobold.
Really? As okay, yeah, that's fine.
My god didn't say no, but he didn't say yes either. So kunk, I'm just gonna smash it. Oh, first I'm gonna give it a nice little prayer. Be like, please blessed these kobolds on their journey to the afterlife, yada yada yada, all that stuff. And I'm gonna be, bam, crack it.
Okay. Ruven returns after a slightly difficult trip to
Yeah.
with
The
the
others.
rope in his hand, one kobold being just slit up in the middle, the other kobold having his head bashed in. And
Yeah. So you see Reuben like hoofing back, like semi-jogging, semi-running with one rope coil under his arms as he comes, and then just in shock stops and just
the
looks
kitty is
one.
sitting there and
two.
licking its paws, like removing the blood from its paws, and like as you
You two
return, like goes around your legs.
If
Yeah,
I sorry.
you two absolutely see Reuben just look at one of them, look at the other, and kind of just like mouth wide, kind of surprised, shocked, and also slightly gets back that red in his face
Okay, shut
of
my back.
anger. It's good that Wiglaf just left because I was gonna absolutely yell at him.
If I make a cut into this guy's like lower esophagus or stomach, can I see like any food that hasn't been digested yet?
Like you're trying to find out what's in his stomach.
I'm trying to guess what kind of stuff kobolds eat.
You made a big mess on the floor. The bathroom floor is so much. Okay,
Um,
next time. I'm shutting the back door.
I think you will find like some scavenged stuff from the forest, like mostly decayed mushrooms, roots.
And
Maybe
it's mostly
some.
like a herbivore.
That's what they have found to eat.
Okay. I don't know if there's anything other interesting. I guess if it's dead anyway, I might as well cut open its head and see if there's anything weird about its brain. Would we have books on? Do I know what a human brain looks like?
Mm,
I probably actually can't talk through its skull.
if you had a different proficiency, a different mastery, mage specialization, maybe. But as it stands, you don't know what a brain looks like, or like.
Okay, so if there's nothing to compare it to, I'm not gonna go into it. I don't know. Is there anything interesting? I'm not anatomy proficient in real life. I don't know what to look for. So I guess I'm just like randomly cutting random things and trying to see if there's anything that's vastly different from any of the books that I've read or any of the patients that I've tended to.
No, seems mostly the same.
Okay.
Like they have a digestive tract, they have lungs, they have a heart. Like more like what you would expect to find inside of a human.
Okay.
Different colors.
Is there anything like or I don't are kobolds like half reptile, half dog or whatever? Is there anything that signifies that?
They are reptilian humanoids.
Okay.
Not to be confused with Kobolds, who are canine humanoids.
Okay.
Ah. Do we have
So
a
they're
shovel?
reptilian.
They don't have any shovels around their little camp, do they?
Oh no, they do not have shovels.
Damn it.
I look around. Do any of these bodies have a spell book on them?
No.
Any of the kobolds are wearing robes?
I will let you get the best impression by looking at the tokens if something is amiss or not.
Okay. Mm,
Well,
Are you looting these guys? Like, are you trying to find what
Wait.
they're carrying?
I want to loot this guy specifically.
Uh-huh.
Does he have anything special on him?
He has a two-handed weapon.
He
He
clearly has
has
some
this.
sort of oath thing.
Yeah, like he has some sort of animal, like small animal pelt around his neck, and has a wooden staff in hand. Like that's his weapon. The metal that's on there is not really on there. And he has also a necklace around his neck.
Take the necklace.
Ooh.
The necklace
Is it like a? Sorry.
The necklace is made out of bones and twigs.
Bones and twigs.
Yeah.
Would I
but I-
reckon that? Does it look like a symbol of like a religious symbol of some sort?
It looks like a symbol, yes.
Could I roll a? Hold
Can I
on.
roll an archaeology check? Is this a? No, well, I don't know.
Never mind.
Do I
Because-
feel anything when I hold it?
No.
Not a necklace of +1 int.
You wouldn't notice if you hold it. You would have to put it around your neck to find out.
I'm not gonna do that.
Can I find some like a big ass pile of leaves and everything and just kind of bury all the bodies, or except for the one that he's dicking around with until he's done?
I put the necklace in my pocket and I search the body further.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna align the kobolds into the symbol of death until he's done. You know, like probably trying. I'm not gonna grab the intel.
You can go through the bodies. You will find a surprisingly large amount of cash on them.
Wow.
In total, you will find 280 pieces of silver and 628 pieces of copper.
Wow.
someone put that on the donkey sheet.
Yep. Oh. You
So,
said,
By the way, I didn't mention this. I took 5 GP from the donkey sheet into my own pouch.
so you said how much GP? You said
I
228 silver.
don't
No,
worry, don't
not you. No, I'm talking about him.
Oh,
When
sorry.
he was talking about the gold. You can go back with what you were saying right after this time.
What?
You said 228 silver pieces and how much gold?
628 copper pieces.
Oh, copper pieces. Okay, so
Does it look like the kobolds were camping? Like, is there some sort of like I don't know if kobolds would have a campfire. I think they're night creatures, but is there like clear marks of this being their camp? They're sleeping here.
Yeah, they were sleeping. Like they were trying to hide in the brush next to the tree.
Yeah.
The 3 cohorts obviously were on guard. So.
Are there any like sacks where they held items or something nearby?
Yeah, there's like you find like small little bags on them with the coins in them, like, but they don't have
And
much other than the weapons they are carrying and the coins that they have, and like some
This guy
scraps
was-
of food.
And this guy was wielding a staff, right? Not a like a.
Like in comparison to the others, so there were these kobolds with these improvised maces, and he has like a slightly larger improvised mace.
Okay.
okay.
This is
So,
a two-handed
let's take a
mace.
step back here, as both Wiglaf and Uzma have gone to do their things, looking around, searching these bodies, looking around, talking and shit. Like, ooh, what is this? Is this a religious symbol? Is this an archaeology symbol? Oh, and like Wiglaf has started moving these bodies. All this time for a multiple, like a good 10 minutes, Reuben is there, just
buried.
Reuben,
a young elven man of
Where are you
still some
standing,
pride.
Reuben?
Reuben is standing there, red with a tinge of growing red on his face, just heaving and sighing and then breathing.
Are you standing in the middle of the battlefield, or are you standing off somewhere else next to
Right
one of
where
the
my
trees?
character is right
Okay.
now. He just kind of like rushes his fist in the air and just like hits a bit of the tree bark or something, or like kicks at one of the dead kobold boys, like, "You two, what is this?" And just yells at both of you, Viglaf and Uzma. It's like, "You and you tell me about this camaraderie, this staying with your friends and being good, yes? And why you do this?" And like, with like absolute, very exaggerated gestures and hands moving blatantly just around there, just like gesturing and waving. Why are these two kobolds dead? Why is this one taking its guts out? And why is this one's head caved in? Why do you two, Viglaf, Uzma? Why? Tell me now. Did I not? And like, he like is angrily spewing out these words. He's like, has to like take a moment to breathe, and then continues his tirade, like throwing the rope that he came in with
It
just
is like
down,
slowly moving
this
away.
heavy piece of a coiled rope just down into the mud and blood, just spatting it on the ground. Why you tell me to be friends, to say and help each other, but why? Can you please explain why?
Give
Well,
me a
Okay.
perception check, Ruven. As
a
you're
perception
finished
check.
with your screaming. Yeah.
Perception is 21 exactly.
Okay. You can
21?
decide if you want to fail this check or not.
Is this perception and like looking around?
This is if you notice something while you're screaming. You can decide to ignore if you notice
I know
something.
what's going.
Ooh. I'm gonna roll. Do I want to roll this? It's very, very close. Let's see how good of a ranger Ruben is. He's good. Okay. He maintained, even in this uh, slightly abnormal, slightly fueled by his inexperience and raging hormones. I don't know if that's a good word for elves, but his still undeveloped psyche and the rage that comes with that, he manages to keep his ranges in, like,
Okay.
uh, abilities intact, still having one eye around him.
Yeah. The one eye that was around you notices that at some point during your monologue and screaming at people, the cat perked its head up and moved away from you into the forest.
Okay. I think he's still a bit too angry to care about that right this second. So he continued his tirade. Didn't stop for the cat, at least then.
As it finishes, I look to Wiglaf expectantly. Yeah, Wiglaf, why would you?
Yeah, Wiggles just, he just points he kind of puts his hands together after he's like, done putting everyone in a symbol for as best he can. And then he's like, well, my death god didn't tell me I couldn't do it. So I figured I would just keep offering up more lovely,
Your imaginary voice, he like cuts you off right then with having breathed back some energy back to himself as a your imaginary voices in your head that you that do stuff and tell you weird things, that told you to kill the one kobold that I cared about. Really? You did? You killed it because the voices in your head told you to do it? Would you kill me if the head in your voice in your head told you to kill me? He's staring at you.
When you said the first part, I was gonna get the second part. I was like, would I actually kill Ruben if my death god told me to do it? I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to get that answer. So anyway, first part, I was like, I don't know the whims of my death god, but all I do know is that he doesn't mind me slaughtering these kobold.
But I minded it. I minded it. Is your passion for bloodshed and killing really this bad? I would have never expected this from at least a dwarf. I know
Come to.
you I I I've heard your people are crude and not very elegant, but I I did not expect this when I came to these lands for dwarves to be such uh, blood-hungry monsters. He just shakes his head.
Maybe the good stories you've heard have been of halflings. They're good folk. Never met a bad halfling in my life.
He like turns to you. It's like you are also guilty here, and he
Wait,
like squints
what do you
at you,
mean?
but then doesn't say anything. And he seems to have gotten it all out of his system.
Did Weeklock
Oh.
notice? Never mind.
I was merely performing research so that we'd be better prepared for our next encounter.
But no anatomy skills. It's like, yes, they have organs. Excellent.
Well, you never know. The big problem of researchers is that they often want to have very appealing conclusions, something that everyone would find sexy. Sometimes you need to do research that gives you dull conclusions. That's just a part of reality.
I think Reuven like squints at you, takes a deep sigh. Well then, find out the reason why these kobolds are in elven woods, why these
I'm not.
vermin are here, and then
I pull
just
out.
walks away.
Okay.
And begins walking away, and like a big sigh, just said this, and just walks in the same direction I saw the cat go. The end.
I look to Corp and I pull out the necklace that I pulled from the seemingly leader's body. Have you seen these before?
Um, I would guess that as one of the shamans.
What do you know anything about a shaman? What does it mean to be a shaman?
The some of these kobolds, they have like their own nature spellcasters. I don't really know how to put this. They are not like us. It's not arcane magic, but like sometimes some of them have some good understanding of nature and have the ability to address nature, I would guess.
Interesting. So I'm guessing that this is probably just like focus then. I put
Well,
it back in my pocket.
if the
Shrug.
legends of old are true and Wiglaf actually is a priest, then I would think this is the equivalent of his holy symbol.
Oh.
Wiglaf didn't hear this.
Oh.
You think these guys have also had like a
No,
revelation?
no, they have always existed. This is that's it. Equivalent, not the same thing.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll hold on to this, not really expecting too much to come out of this, but
I think
probably won't weigh me
sometimes
down too
some of the obscure merchants like to get their hands on these things. Maybe we can sell it in some town.
For sure.
Might fetch a nice price.
I wonder where we'd turn the best profit.
I
start thinking to myself.
legitimately would guess in Lobet. Like all the crazy nature lovers move there for some reason. I mean, there's an obvious reason, but
I guess.
like you probably wouldn't want to sell this in Camp Widowitz. Nobody likes kobolds down there.
True.
They're a nuisance.
Yep. I guess I could ask around. It's also possible that there might be more supply of these things here, so.
Well.
If these kobolds attacking these woods are a common occurrence.
I I don't think they are.
The kobolds seemed very angry against. No wait, no wait. The kobold didn't attack. The hated enemy was Corfin. They attacked the gnome, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, then Osmar kind of stumbles and is like, "Oh yeah, that's probably true." Well, I guess we'll see.
And we will
Did I?
quickly jump to Rufen, who's walking into the forest.
Yep.
You walk
Uh,
away from all the slaughter and the maniacs trying to follow your cat, who you can't. Usually, you wouldn't be able to see her, but you see her. She's like sitting somewhere 100 feet in front of you, looking at you.
Reuben's outward appearance and like vibe and his countenance isn't his usual of posturing and pride, but is definitely much more slumped down and has a mixture of emotions of disappointment and sadness and just general, not full depression, but just like a slump in his emotions as he attempts to go to the cat.
Yeah, as you approach the cat and like you outwardly appear to be somehow, yeah, depressed and in a bad mood, you hear a voice speaking to you in Elven. Um, Thank you for your help. I know the slaughter of creatures is never a good thing. The voice appears somewhat like has this touch of the whisper of trees. Like it's a voice, but also weird in a way.
Mm-hmm. Ruben might be slightly like tense up at that, but then he realizes that he's heard that before, right?
No,
Oh, the cat hasn't.
that was not the cat.
Okay, I see. Okay. He then definitely like tenses up slightly from his like slumped posture and goes slightly more tense and like looks around with an inquisitive gaze.
Don't be afraid. And stepping out behind a tree next to where the cat is sitting is a person. A female looking person dressed in very light forest colored robes with a slightly green tar to her skin.
How like human sized, elven
Yes,
sized. Okay.
elven sized, yeah.
Does it look like an elf? I would probably recognize an elf instantly from a human, right?
Yeah, that's not an elf.
Okay, cool. He's still slightly tense, but seeing like the good intentions and seemingly uh, looking at least somewhat familiar to him, or like not familiar in the way of knowing who she is, but like she looks, naturey, elveny,
Yeah,
kind of fairy type.
speaks
So
elven,
she,
looks non-threatening.
yeah. So he definitely is conned by this and Sai slightly brushes away the disappointment he was in and does like a with some delicate gestures does a elveny bow and in Elven says a greetings, something of uh, like a general greeting of something of like a daughter of the forest, of like a name or such a thing, of like a very general as he doesn't know who she is, but does a general respectful greeting.
Yeah. The let's call it person in front of you like smiles and says, "You must be Reuven, our fellow friend here," and she points to the cat. Has told me about you.
Ah, I see. So you've heard of me. Very. It seems Reuven is definitely slightly like not put off, but surprised by this thing. This like what's happened. This situation. So he slightly stutters from his usual countenance, but he continues of, "I hello then. Uh, I hope you've heard nice things. Your She is very beautiful," gesturing to cat. Very a great being of this nature, of these woods.
Yes, one of the finest creatures you can find around here. But she seems to have um, found a new friend in you.
I am actually quite grateful for it. I find her as a friend as well. She is very much more familiar to me in these lands than almost all the other creatures that go around.
Well, it's a rare occasion that one of your kind actually stumbles through my woods. And as such,
Oh,
I'm very grateful that you came here and helped me and us to take care of our kobold problem.
that is exactly what I should be doing. It is of no problem or concern. I am grateful I could be of assistance to you. I did not even fully introduce me. Sorry, I have been very impolite. And he does a even grander, like elven greeting gesture of like a mix of a bow and a curtsy. I am Reuven of the Vinra clan of the woods of the elves.
It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Arya. I'm one of the. Who's laughing? What the? I'm one of the dryads living here. Keeper of the grove, some would say.
I I see. It is a absolute pleasure to meet you, Arya. Uh, and of course, and like looks at the cat doing like just a bow, not like just a nod, not finishing his sentence of, but like gesturing that he's also grateful for meeting the cat.
What's the forefront on of your mind as you looked at the cat?
Is somewhat. Uh, he's partly glad he's met the cat, especially after like the negative feelings he just got from his own party and his friends, quote unquote. He's very much grateful for the cat's like presence in or like what's how much the cat's like interacted with Ruben, as it's really uh, been like a homesickness cure for Ruben,
Mhm.
of giving remembrance of his home. Also, like just uh, somewhat similar feelings like I would have, or like a cat person would have, seeing a very, very cute cat.
Mhm.
It's just like, oh, it's such a cute cat. I love it. I love that.
It's a good kitty.
Yeah.
So the cat has been staring at you intently, and then you see that the dryad notices this, and the dryad goes down on her knee and starts petting the cat and starts talking cat. I don't really know how to interpret this. It seems like she is talking with the cat. Maybe this is more like a whisper of some sorts, like they are exchanging ideas or something.
Cat whisperer.
And then,
Okay.
still petting the cat, she looks up to you and says, "Well, my beloved friend here, she is one of the younger ones, one of the cats who still have a lust for adventure. And seeing as your intentions seem to be pure, I would like to offer you that this cat may um, accompany you on your future travels."
Reuven definitely gets a more. He was with like a more serious than normal expression beforehand, but this time it increases multiple fold as he like gets a stern, serious face on with a speck of surprise as he was not completely expecting this. Of aha, I I see, and then like looking at the cat with like
The dryad speaks up again and says, I will, I will have to let you know that taking her into the human world will be a non-trivial task. The humans, they have other understanding of animals than we have. They think of them as more objects than creatures of this world. And
I nod with
some of
understanding.
them have been extremely torturous. Uh, if you want to take her with you, you will have to uh, make a have to swear that you will keep her safe and not endanger her against her will.
After like a good pause in the middle, Reuven takes a deep breath as he like, I would never want harm such as that to befell you. This time, like looking exactly at the cat, like seemingly mostly talking to the cat,
Mm-hmm.
but I will absolutely swear on that for you. And like goes on a one knee
Mm-hmm.
for the cat and just looking the cat straight in the eye.
Okay. What is Rufin wearing at the moment?
Ooh. Well, his armor was taken away, or like he doesn't have to wear his armor anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, he's probably wearing rather shabby, like common, like commoner clothes that
Mm-hmm.
he's gotten. That probably were washed like the few weeks ago we met, where the
Mm-hmm.
party met and cleaned ourselves. So somewhat dirty of just specks of both goblin blood, kobold blood, but also lots of dirt, some
Mm-hmm.
leaves stuck to it, some
Mm-hmm.
tears here and there.
Do you have a cape?
Ooh, let me look. I have breeches. I have a jacket that I'm wearing. That appears to be it. So a
You're
cloth.
wearing pants and a jacket.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm imagining it's pretty like loose and light
Mm.
of a cloth there. So there's a lot of it's a bit of room to maneuver.
The Dryad looks at you and says, "Give me a moment," and stands up and walks up to the tree next to her and then seemingly walks into the tree and disappears.
He probably isn't too surprised at that. It looks like elven magic.
Totally normal,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, continues not really appearing off. Continues staring at the cat in a still
Mm.
kneeled pose.
Yeah, the cat
Seemingly
is
have
walking
a
up to you and is like brushing its head against your knee, like smearing her her smell onto you, making you smell
okay.
like its possession, as cats like to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're sitting there for a few minutes. Then stepping out of the tree is the Dryad, and she hands you a cape. It's
I accept it like grandly, like
yeah,
I'm being bestowed something important.
yeah, like this is a well-kept cape with a big hood, and she helps you put it on, and then
Okay,
asks you
I
one
will
last time.
gladly.
So you are willing to be the guardian for our little friend here for the foreseeable future?
Uh, Reuven like kind of has a still stern, serious look, as stern as he can possibly be at his age, and does a like a quick nod or like a nod at the Dryad,
Mm-hmm.
and then turns back to the cat and goes on like both knees. So he's like and like goes down. So he's basically like eye level with the cat,
Mm-hmm.
and then like does this ranger elveness uh, short ritual of the cat of just taking the cat's head and putting Reuben puts his forehead to the cat's forehead
Mm-hmm.
and does this symbolic ritual of sorts
Okay.
and basically does a swear like swears uh, as their foreheads are talking and
Mm-hmm.
it says in Elven like a pretty a ritual with the main content being of I will accept you as my guardian and I your guardian, and our friendship and companionship shall be sealed. As he takes
Um,
this very seriously.
you say this uh, formal swear to be yeah, the guardian of the cat, and the Dryad slowly nods, then goes down on her knee again, starts talking with the cat, and um, pets the cat a last time, and the cat hops onto your shoulder and sneaks into your hoodie, and is now sitting in the hood of your cape. It's a bit
Okay.
uncomfortable, but you will get used to it.
Okay. Does the cat look comfortable?
Uh, you don't see the cat, but the cat like moves around a bit and like tries to make itself comfortable, and then rolls itself up and stops moving.
Okay. I look back to the Dryad and Elvin again go, I thank you for this trust.
Thank you for your help. As you maybe if you have the time, you could try to have the corpses of the kobolds not so visibly strewn around in the forest. Maybe you can bury them in some way.
I nod at her. I will talk with my companions about it and do something about it.
And then she reaches into her hairs and pulls out of her hairs a berry, a rather large berry. It's like the size of like the first, yeah, like the nail on your thumb, and hands it to you and says, "This will fill your needs for the rest of the day. Take this as a token of appreciation for your work. Goodbye. Maybe we will meet again."
I again nod at her. As a final saying, I say something of, if there is ever something you don't require help with, I will always be ready to accept tasks from you.
Thank you. And with these words, she once again steps into the tree and disappears.
Okay. I think Ruben definitely needs multiple minutes right now to like calm himself, as he just went through like some shit, and he just kind of, okay, okay, that happened. So he like kind of foams himself, as he like kind of calms himself down, completely already forgotten everything about the party and the disappointment he felt in the party. You know, young age, he's not too kept up about it, about like negative stuff. But after a few minutes of gathering himself, he reaches down into his reaches down for the cat and like tries to scratch it a bit.
The cat is like on your back. Like,
Yeah, I'll scratch behind its ear.
the cat like
And
purrs a little and then says, "Food?"
let's get you some food, buddy. And Ruben starts walking back.
Okay. Rufin reappears with the party.
So all of you see Ruben having like disappointedly slumped away, and then like after like probably something like 15, 20 minutes, reappear.
A bit more, like half an hour.
Okay, half an hour.
Can we take a break here?
Yeah, that was my idea. Like, take a break,
That's great.
grab something to drink, go to the toilet, and then meet back up. So,
10 minutes?
Good.
Let's do it.
Is it 10 minutes or 5? Okay.
one elephant cat later. Dum-dum, dum-dum-dum-dum.
Good boy, Puppy Boo.
Hello.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt. That hurt. Oh. Hello, I'm back.
Hello back.
Ah, good dad joke. Where have you been all my life? Oh, this is an interesting development. The Kobolds, only Usmar knows, or well, Usmar and maybe Corvin know that this symbol is the death god symbol.
No, it's a different symbol.
Oh,
If you ask
sorry.
him, you will find out that's a different symbol.
Gotcha.
Am I moving the map again?
I was like, yeah, maybe I misheard whenever you were speaking about it. I thought about asking about it. I'm like, well, no, I don't have a proficiency in religion, even though I'm a priest.
No, I said it's
Maybe I'll
equivalent, not the same. Like it's a different
see.
symbol, but
Back.
Oh,
Hello,
it's like
back.
a different version of the same thing. Something
no,
like
it's a different symbol. You have no idea
oh,
what
it's a
it is.
completely
Like,
different symbol. Gotcha.
might be a different deity, might be something completely different. This is
Yeah, that's true.
whatever the kobolds are worshipping. That's what its symbol is.
I think for a non-proficiency, I'm gonna probably try and grab a non-proficiency. I'm gonna try and grab religion.
Not
Or
omen reading.
would it be? Well, yeah, I guess no, it would be omen reading. Sorry, I was thinking like the thing to help me understand more about other religions, not just my own. Like sort of like my God could tell me like, oh yeah, maybe you know about this, or instead of it just being like, because Wiglaf is not a religious, or at least he wasn't before he became the speaker of the death god. So, and also I don't know whether having a non-answer is a good or bad thing. I don't think Wiglaf would pick that up. So like whenever I asked to see if like would you prefer like I guess it was more of an implication of the question, like, would you prefer that I still kill the rest of his kobolds or would you want them alive? And since he didn't give me an answer, or they didn't give me an answer, I just okay. More sacrifices for the death god.
Well, you took this as you took it. If this was the right decision or not.
I don't think
I
Yeah,
think
I
it
don't
also got some great RP in there. I think there's some character party development.
Yeah, I don't want to move Wiglaf too fast. I feel like I'm going what I feel like this arc is like flipped on its head a little bit too fast, but maybe I can back it up a little because I don't want it to be
Oh.
like with the said realization that you're a priest of some deity that you don't even have the name for, and now you're grabbing the owls and you're doing the you're not really doing any sermons. You don't have like a whole church full of people, but you have to find believers, and so like I think Wiglaf was thinking like maybe he was thinking too fast in the sense like he needs people to do it now like this is like some big revelation, and so he gets the owl, he gets the robe, he's gonna eventually have like a symbol on his shield, or maybe at some point like some custom shield for him that I'm probably never gonna take off, or maybe I can just keep painting the same symbol on the shield over and over like all the new shields that I get.
Yeah, but right now
Right,
there's a very interesting question. If your deity were to tell you, kill the rest of your party.
that would that's the one thing that whenever Ruben said that, he's like, well, what happens if your deity tells you to kill us? I don't know if Wiglaf might actually lose his priest abilities. Like, he'd be conflicted. Like, what would he have to kill them? Like, what would he need to kill them? Like, because I said so. It's like, well, okay. I mean,
DM,
Are you guys bullying me?
no.
No.
We're talking
applying
about like,
hunt to you.
Okay, what DM question?
I question how much does the new forest cloak weigh, DM? Put it on there.
1 pound. I think
Okay.
is the weight for a cloak, isn't it?
can look it up. If econo, okay, I'll look it up.
I think I have the item list.
I made falafels today.
Awesome.
Waffles, nice. That'd be
Wait,
close,
waffles
right?
or falafels?
Falafels.
Oh, a
Falafel,
lot.
okay.
Oh, sorry, I misheard you. Sorry.
What are those?
It's
They're
30.
balls of goodness.
Yeah. Made
So if
from
you have
chickpea and
Yeah,
stuff.
chickpea.
Well, a wool cloak is 10 pounds. A fur cloak is 30.
Cape.
Can't even find it.
No.
Cape.
Don't say anything. This is not what I thought it
Half a
was.
pound.
No, yeah. Oh,
Half a pound.
Half a pound.
Yeah.
where am I? What?
5 pounds.
I'm gonna say they're good. I'm using the same. Where are you guys getting your numbers? I'm looking at the economic sheet with the
Yeah,
store
cape,
component.
not cloak.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, what's the difference between a cape and a cloak?
A cloak is to keep you warm, a cape is to look cool.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you want to be Batman with the cape, or do you want to be, like a smart guy in the winter with the cloak?
Like a cape would be good at like a normal cape, and like Ruben could probably pass off as just a shady individual, like blocking his ears, right? But he doesn't even have a good cloak. This is very obviously like a fancy
Yeah.
elven cape.
Forrest
That's
Gump.
not good at all.
Yeah.
No,
It's
it's
gonna
it's
be
not
interesting.
elven. It seems to be like a human cape, but
Oh,
it's well kept.
maybe someone wore it before, but it'd be interesting to
Probably.
know who they.
I don't really know how the Dryad got their hands on that cape, but now it's
Yeah, of
yours.
course.
Reynard crafted it.
Some youngling disappeared in the woods, and now you have a new cape.
Are these the bad guys? I can definitely see Usmar buying a cape.
All right.
Wait, what?
Usmar buying a cape, busting through doors, be like, "Hello!"
What the fuck?
Usmo becoming the Batman.
Oh,
You
dude,
want to
I
fight the
want a
cape
cloak
of Arachnidia, and you want to find the cape of Bat.
That's also fucking cool. Lets you fly.
It's so much better. It's like perfect.
It's not so much better.
Cape of Arachne? Is that like a cape mix? Does it turn you into a spider?
Yeah,
I hate.
I like spiders.
Wait, but it's robes, right? Like the
Oh.
robes
Yeah.
of Arachnidia, and then the cape of
Yeah.
Bat. So you can be a bat spider.
Oh, dude.
Spider
I
bat.
don't. I think.
How
I
fucking
think they're
creepy.
for the same slot.
Robe
I
and
think they're
cape?
both
No.
the same. What?
No.
I don't know if they're cape or robe, but I think they're the same. I think they're both cloaks.
I would say cloak of Arachne and a cloak of bats or bat.
Yeah. I
You
think
can
that's
wear
what
a
it's called.
robe and a cloak, but yeah,
Oh, robe.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
think they're both the same.
yeah, whatever. Anyways,
Yeah, cloak of the bat and cloak of.
let's
Arachnida.
jump back into the game. Ruven has
Ruben
just
looking
reappeared.
happier. I mean, yeah, Ruben.
Are you feeling better, Ruben?
Well, but you
Does
all see
anybody
it,
notice the cape?
What's with the get up, Ruben?
You see, as Ruben beforehand walked out with a bit of a slump, he now has, again, his full posture of a head up high and his shoulders looking staunch and lively. He comes striding back out of the forest. Yes. Uh, Hello. I am back.
What's up with the get up?
Ah, like looking at the new cloak. I was awarded, I guess, as this, and he like waves as a new cloaked arms.
That's a
We
nice
have
cloak.
the guardians of these woods have seen our actions and have appreciated them, as you say.
But you're the only one who got rewarded.
It sounds like who's.
And
This seems kind of racist.
You see Ruben do kind of like a kind of like gesture and noise. It's like you know well when I go into human cities also sometimes.
You know,
Sometimes you humans and others are rude to me. To you, it's understandable, as you know.
I don't know.
I got and he like pulls out of his pockets like a shining berry. I also got this. I I guess as we all still did this together, it is fair that I some of you has this, and he like reaches his hand forward. Does anyone want to show like berry that's
Gaspar
shining?
just kind of furrows his brow. I don't. You can keep your berry.
It's a really good berry, okay?
Does
Really
it?
good.
Does it appear good?
It looks extremely delicious.
Hmm.
Vibrant colors, surprisingly
Uh,
large.
the
Might be poisonous, but who knows?
yeah, the cookings. Our fresh rations are made by a better cook.
Ah yes. Could we get a as you say one portion of the meats? I have well, and he like you see him kind of like you've never seen I guess an elf even, but you've never seen Reuven blush. But like probably the closest thing you've ever seen to Reuven blush before. As he kind of like scratches out. We will my new friend, as you say, is and he like kind of like slightly not opens the like cloak's hood, but like kind of like tugs at it slightly and like scratches something on the inside the hood. Is could yes, could we get some of that good meat for our new friend?
New friend, I suppose. Not a big deal.
Ah, the donkey is somewhere else. You left him
Yeah,
behind before the
Oh yeah,
combat.
he just.
we should
he's just chilling.
we should head towards Lil Bay and try to get our reward.
Yeah, let's go back
Yes.
to get the donkey first.
Oh, also before we do that, Viglav, your and he like gestures to this X you've made on the ground of bodies. The guardian of these forests would, as you say, appreciate if it wasn't just corpses on the ground littered like this. Could we maybe bury them?
Don't you think that would take a little bit too much time?
And he kind of like looks at you. Would you take some extra time, or would you like to anger the keepers and protectors and rulers of these woods?
Yeah, Wiggles thinks about it for a moment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Reuben kind of just give you guys the look of like
Can we just throw
it's
them
more
under
of
this?
a
Can we just throw
uh,
them under this log?
throw them and just toss the bodies under the log. Yeah, it would be. Uh, is it possible if I take the time to, I guess, bury them all in like the symbol of death? Like just kind of dig like a few feet of
Sure,
holes, like
if you
every.
want to take the rest of the day, you can bury them in
Oh my
whatever
god.
I
way
really
you
don't
want
want
to.
to spend the rest of the day here.
Yeah, it's like already past noon, so half of the day is over anyways. So
it wouldn't
Well,
make it today, right?
well,
Mm.
we gotta get the donkey, so you know.
We can go get the donkey. I think Reuben puts in the fact that we are I have just met with the guardian of this forest. I think we are as safe as one can be.
I
Sure, go ahead.
I guess as is Reuven gonna go get the donkey, or who's going
Sure.
after the donkey?
Who I can go if you wish.
Sure. As Reuven starts heading out, I move toward Corfin. So first preferential treatment towards elves, and now asking the gnomes and dwarves to dig.
Just a moment, I'll be right back.
Seems kind of racist, don't you think?
Well, you don't want to go into any of the mining towns as an elf.
Oh, really? It goes both ways.
Sorry, but elves underground, they are useless. Why would anybody
What do
want
you
to
mean
have
by
them
that?
there? Have
You
you
don't
ever
think elves
seen an
can
elf
dig?
work?
I mean, Reuven's done a pretty good job here, don't you think?
Let's just see how good he is at trying to manually work and dig something into the ground, and then you will see what I'm talking about.
Oh, speaking of, do we have shovels?
Nah.
I don't.
There's a slight chance that Coffin carries a shovel for some reason, but I'm not sure on this.
Sorry, back. I have
Coffin,
to,
do you have?
I don't know if we can bury all of these without a shovel.
You can. It's gonna be a bit annoying.
well, only
A
we
bit?
will do it. Unless everyone else wants to help.
But we don't have a shovel.
We have pitons,
Coffin has
swords,
a shovel.
arms.
No, Corfin has a shovel.
Oh, Corbin is a
Coffin
shovel?
I guess
is
so. We're waiting for the donkey then to bring our tools.
Coffin
Where
is
was
the digger man. He has a shovel.
Corbin.
Does he have a shoveling
Oh,
proficiency?
Um,
He has a
he,
mining proficiency, right?
he
That's
has a
like the same
mining
thing.
proficiency, yeah.
well, I mean, I guess if he knows how to use a pick, he probably knows how to use a shovel, right? He'd know how to, like, dig up. I mean, I don't have a shovel proficiency, and I can, like, shovel up a 6-foot deep hole. You don't even need 6 feet, right? These kobolds are tiny.
Coffin knows his shit. Let's just say,
Mm.
put it like this.
Right on.
And at some point, Reuven reappears, has to think about how he gets the donkey on the other side of the riverbed. Because getting the donkey over the tree will be probably breaking the donkey's legs.
Let me help out. I go on the other side of the. Here, I'll have to go down through the riverbed.
Getting the donkey down and up on the other side also very problematic. Donkeys can't climb.
I guess as I say Reuben, I scream out, hold on, maybe leave the donkey on that side. We can carry the bags ourselves. Or carry the necessary equipment ourselves.
Sure. I
Yeah, we-
tie up the donkey right
That's pretty
somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in this clearing.
Yep, maybe tie it to this tree.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Go over, grab the stuff, roll back. Yeah.
Maybe one of these trees, so
Oh,
it doesn't.
yeah, maybe.
I stand. Donkeys to me are the dumbest of the horse family.
Hey,
Maybe that's just
but there's a mule.
misrepresentation.
It's a donkey.
Mules
That's
have-
actually a mule called ass.
Mules have higher IQ than donkeys.
Anyways, you get the shovel, you get like some of the spears or whatever so for people to start poking the earth and like making the earth a bit easier to dig for the person with the shovel. Quickly noticing that the elf is like really bad at manual labor because he's an elf, right?
Yeah. Like, are we not? This is so weird. We would use. Why are we not using magic? Well, this is so. I am
Did you
unfamiliar.
cast any spells?
Yeah, I was about to say, we got like, well, elf, show us what you got.
He kind of just scratches his head. Like, I'm not of the. At least this is not within my capabilities.
Okay. So you spend. Somebody roll me a d4 plus 1.
I'll do it.
Big love, yeah.
2. Wow.
2 hours.
Nice.
The ground seems to be very easy to dig, so Coffin, with knowing exactly what he's doing, spots like the perfect place to make this large X in the ground, and you can go to work, and this goes very smoothly. So let's drag you all back to the world map, and then say that like 3/4 of the day have passed, so you have 1/4 of movement left, which means you can move 2 miles.
Amen.
Reuven, can you know the way in all times, at all times?
Wait, we would know the way because there's a river that we crossed. We can.
I have
take
one of those.
the river.
I have a proficient direction sense.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine for me.
I also have a compass. So even
Perfect.
if there is no sun, I still know
So
the direction. There we are.
Reuven
I
has the
think that-
ability to get you in the right direction, so nobody will get lost in the forest. And you can move like 2 more miles, and then
moved.
you moved, and then you can make camp.
I think the plan is right now. So our camp is like pretty bare bones. Just keeping most of our camp stuff on the donkey, to ready to run away if there's a
Yep.
earth golem running at us.
There's a dancing rock.
Yeah.
I think you have you bought a new tent, right? So you have all the things to make your camp.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
but we're
have
not
the
using
tent,
it.
but we're not setting it up. We're just keeping it on the donkey.
Okay. So
Yeah, don't try to fuck us.
So you're setting up your camp.
Why is my
Yeah.
guy pink now?
He's still pink. Not. Let me just give you a new guy.
Are we
will-
keeping the radius bells? I bought the new one so our normal radius can be achieved again.
I don't think we need the radius thing. At least here.
Yeah.
So there you are. Just keep the camp in the same spot, and then I think you can. Yeah, you make camp.
I call dibs on last watch.
You call dibs on last watch. You are the only person who. No, like there's 2 people who need to learn spells. That's Wiglaf and you. So
And Corfin. No wait.
Coffin didn't
yeah, no,
use
he
a
didn't,
spell
yeah.
because the position was shit, and like there was no need to use a spell.
Yep. But does he lose the slot for rolling an initiative with spell?
Because he moved first, you know.
Okay.
In this case, like, well, going by your new rules, he should lose it.
Yeah, I think he should lose it.
Yeah.
Very important minor factor here.
So are we doing the good old
Yeah,
Like,
he loses the slot.
4
Yeah,
4 4?
your rules.
Yep, 4 for 4, I think.
So which watch is Usma on? This will be the watch that Coffin joins because of night vision.
I'm going last watch.
Okay. So Wiglaf goes first.
Yep.
Alright. Wiglaf. Is this a perception check?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just see how bad this roll was. Oh, God. Yes! Finally. You all die. No.
Control the characters.
So you are making like your city little camp here. Most people are sleeping. Wiglaf is awake, keeping watch. Maybe humming a little melody, something.
Maybe helping with Zool, giving him some food and
Oh yeah, true.
teaching him how to, what is it? Oh, perch. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So your owl actually gets a perception check as well. owl very busy with learning how to
Wow.
land on your arm. But way before you spot this, what? Yeah, true. Yeah. Way before you spot this, as the owl like reappears on your arm once again, you see the owl's head turning around,
Okay.
looking into the forest.
Ooh. He can see, I'm sure. I mean, he probably sees something and I can't even see it. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at Zool and look. I mean, I'm sure he can't read my mind. So we're like, I'm just look at Zool, look in the direction he's looking at, and I turn to look, and what do I see? Probably
You
nothing.
see nothing in the direction there.
Is he like
The
intently looking at something, or is he just?
like the owl was flying onto your arm, and
Okay.
then turned its head 180 degrees more or less,
Oh, okay.
and
Gotcha.
looks deep into the forest in the direction of.
Gotcha.
In this direction, still not visible. Why am I not visible?
Yeah. I'll give him a pet. I don't know how you pet owls, and I'll be like, yeah, keep a good lookout, Zool.
The owl is looking. You hear nothing.
Okay. I'll keep teaching him how to perch, and I'll keep giving him like little bits of food. How many rations would I have to give him? Out the donkey sheet?
I think if you let him out in the night, he will just catch
Oh, and that.
something
Oh,
when you're
well,
in the forest. And
I guess I train him for an hour and then look around the camp for an hour or something like that.
yeah,
Or does this all like if I'm training him for my perception stuff? I don't know. I was just told that's supposed to have like 3 weeks of in-game time for training, and then they finally learn the task or something. So I figured if I lose the nights, it's just one more night I have to keep training. That's why I wanted to
Yeah.
do it. Is it send him the spell thing?
So are you making any noises or just talking?
I'm just whispering to Zool, trying
Just
to keep as
whispering
quiet as I
to Zool,
can
okay.
by the campfire, if we even have one.
Okay.
And,
Yeah. So you notice that the owl has
Turned its head, is looking at something in the dark, something you do not see. There's no noise.
No movement in that direction.
Not that you can see.
God, no, it's like 500 feet. Oh God, I'm going to follow. I'm just gonna get up. This is the second time we've just done this. We've done this. I don't want to do this all the time. I just want to do this one more time, just because I'm curious what my owl is looking at. So I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna check everybody else. Everybody else seems sleeping. Everything seems fine. Kosher. Cool. I'm gonna head in the direction the owl is looking at.
Yeah, give me an in check.
Give a what now?
An in check.
Oh, an in check. Okay. Oh, I actually have intelligence. Not much, but
Have you set up the alarm rope?
Oh yeah. Damn it.
Does it wake us?
We're attacked.
Have you set it up? I wasn't.
No, we didn't.
Oh, right. Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, we spent.
You didn't.
we
Okay.
decided not.
So nothing happens.
Oh, boy.
Okay. You walk in the direction the owl is looking, and you walk for a bit, and then you see flapping, hovering in front of you, a large, mentor-shaped flying creature. It's just hovering there.
No, I can't do that. That's a level 7 spell. Fuck me. What does Zool think of this creature? Or like, let me rephrase that. What is Zool doing? Like he's just
Sitting on
staring
your
at
arm.
it? Like,
Yeah, staring at it.
okay. I guess I'll just look at it, and is it looking at me? I'm looking at it.
Seems to be looking at you. It's hard to say.
I'll be like, how far away from the camp am I?
100 feet.
Okay, I'm going to just kind of like put my hands together, kind of like in my robe, kind of like how priests or people do, I guess, whenever I guess they're walking around. Anyway,
So this
I'm
this
gonna.
large creature, this has like a wingspan of 9 feet. Like this is a
Jesus.
very
Yeah, that's big.
large flying, hovering, like it's flapping its manta wing. Like it looks like a manta ray, you know. And
Oh, a
it's
manta ray. Oh,
yeah.
that's what it looks like. I'm going to back up. I thought you said it was a metal.
Oh no, a
Metal.
manta ray. Yeah, like
No, I'm
creatures that
backing
live
up
in water.
slowly.
Like it's flapping its wings in front of you very slowly, way too slow to keep itself in the air.
Oh, way too slow. Okay, so the aerodynamics wouldn't be. Okay, I'm Wiglef's an idiot. I'm going to say, ho there, traveler. What brings you into the forest these nights?
The creature keeps flapping its wings, looking at you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
As you
keep.
spot, like somewhere deeper behind this, there's a second one.
Oh my. Keep backing up. I'm gonna keep looking at them, but I'm going to keep backing up in the direction I was coming. I'm just gonna tell Zool, to just kind of go. I'm gonna say he can't do it. Just go away. Just go somewhere else. I don't want him dying.
So you
yeah.
just shoot it off your arm, and the owl flies onto a tree.
Yep. And I'm just gonna
Owl
keep
sits on a
backing up.
tree.
Put my hands up into like a, hey, no problems here. Just gonna walk slowly.
Yeah.
Not
So
like,
you go back to the camp and
Yeah.
You see that these creatures slowly follow you.
lovely. I'm going to try and back up just enough after I get to Reuben. Let me know whenever I'm there. So
yeah, you can be there.
okay, I'm going to just kind of lightly tap him on the shoulder with my foot, kind of like tink 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 tink, while I'm looking at the bugs. And I guess I'm going to notice him. I'm going to look down. Is he looking at me? Is he awake? Are
I'd
you awake?
assume Reuben, unless something happens to him,
No, you wake up.
have I been poisoned in the night?
No.
Okay. Reuben's eyes open with the piercing glare of Elven
Yeah,
look, and look towards you with his hands on his blade, I think. Or
I don't know
he
if you can see.
probably feels like that wasn't the normal wake up. So
Yeah, I don't want you to. Okay, I'll be look. I don't know if you can see me in the camera. I'm doing this, like, but
yeah,
I'm
I
looking
see you.
and I'm going to point in the direction of what I'm looking at, and I just want you to look. Just look and
I
not.
turn my head,
Yeah.
still sleeping, like looking like I'm sleeping. Turn my head to that direction.
You don't see anything.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Wiglaf, you don't see the other creatures either. Like
Oh,
they were following you, but at some point you have moved faster than they have been following you. So right now you don't see them.
Oh, I thought I was moving slowly. I didn't want to like startle them or anything. That's why I was like trying to move slowly back to the camp. But
Did you want
okay.
to keep in vision range with them at all times?
Yes, I wanted to try
Okay.
to anyway.
Then they are at like 60 feet away from you, like at the maximum of your vision range. You can see.
So they're not
Hey.
moving toward us.
They just kind of keeping the distance. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, they keep their distance. I'll keep mine. I tried.
Reuben,
I can't talk to monsters, and it might be a monster. So
Reuben's eyes like tighten as he turns to look at them through the darkness. Gets slightly up to like get a better look at them as he sees that they aren't immediately charging at us, and like attempts to identify them if these are animals or monsters or some other kind of creature.
Well, they are basically completely black. They are definitely somewhat magically, because as you can instantly tell by the flapping of their wings, that's very slow, that they are not flying by repulsion, they are flying in some other means.
Okay.
do you think these are illusions, Reuben?
I peer at them for like a moment, then I like turn back, looking at my cat to see if it has woken up from me waking up.
Cat maybe has like stretched a bit and then kept sleeping.
I think not with much hurry, well, like some hurry, but not like full on waking it. I just like kind of like wake it up lightly, like scratch it under its cheek, and like, hey, I would like your knowledge on this. Attempt to wake the cat.
You wake up the cat and like try to communicate with it to look at something. The cat slowly wakes up. Like, this is why are you waking me up in the middle of the night? Type of slowly waking up, right? But it understands what you're saying, so it actually it first looks at you. It looks at you intently, and then before you like point out anything, like it turns its head and looks in a direction you were probably trying to point at some point in the future. Turns its head and it says, "Ooh, flying fish."
Okay.
And then looks back at
Ruben
you.
kind of. What was the second sentence?
Then it looks back at you, and
Okay.
quizzically,
Just
like,
kind of like
"What?
pet his head slightly, like, uh, don't eat the fish right now.
No,
Uh, was that like a response to like it does want to eat the fish?
no." It responds was no.
No,
Okay.
it's like no.
It's a bad response. Like, it's unclear what it meant. But
Yeah, I understand. I like put my face closer to Wiglaf and like whisper to him like, wake up the other two slowly. I will see what I can do with these creatures.
Well, be
As
careful.
I slowly get up into the front of the party. Have they been like closing in on us
no,
slowly or like
they
staying?
kept their distance. They are hovering. Like, by now you see two of them hovering like at the edge of your vision range, maybe a bit behind your vision range. Like, your first guess would be that they have a better vision range than you have.
I think uh, initially Ruben's probably gonna go forward himself and have the cat stay slightly behind him and just even though these are magical creatures, they're like magical elven creatures. That's what Ruben's assuming. Going with that assumption.
Magically
Yeah.
flying fish, yeah.
Yeah. And attempt to use his ranger knowledge that he knows is still mostly applicable to like just normal animals, but through the use of his elven roots and what little he knows, he tries to like do whatever basic communication, like some friendliness to these creatures.
Yeah, like you walk up to them and you try to appear non-threatening. They just hover there. You don't get any reaction.
I'm assuming Ruin's probably a bit freaked out by this. It's pretty unnormal, even for magical creatures like the elven cat. Like, still, there's reactions for stimuli. They still react. So he's a bit creeped out by them not doing anything.
Wiglop wants to pull out his holy symbols, or holy symbol, and just kind of show these creatures the obsidian spike.
No reaction.
Hmm.
They just sit there in the air and flap their wings. Probably looking at you. It's not even that easy to say if they're looking in your direction or not.
Yeah. I'm gonna wake up Usmar just slightly. Well, I can't. Never mind. He won't be able to prepare spells. Uh, fuck. Okay.
How long into the watch is it? I look up to the moon. Or there's no moon, right? That's the.
There's no moon, yeah. Same.
I ask Wiglaf, then I move back. Like probably pick up my cat
Bit more
and
than an
move
hour.
Throw
into his
a,
watch. Okay.
can I throw a standard ration? Over by those weird bug things.
A ration?
Just check one.
Yeah. Just see what they do.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I just pick up a ration slowly, of course, from my donkey and just kind of lay it on the ground. I'm not gonna like chuck it. Just gonna lay it like maybe however many feet from 50 or how many feet away from? You said they're 60 feet away.
They're like 60 feet away from the camp, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the 30 feet from me from me, and then walk back 30 feet, and I'll just just put that ration there, and then walk back to the camp, see what they do.
It takes a short while and then one of them comes closer. It comes closer.
To the ration or to us.
But the ration is in the middle between you and them, so
Yeah,
it comes closer
yeah.
to you. It's the same direction anyway, so
That's true. Yeah.
it's flying slowly in your direction.
Mm-hmm.
And then as it gets over the ration, you see as it like makes a slow belly landing on the ground on top of the ration.
So it's clearly able to fly without aerodynamics.
And then this short while later, like half a minute later, it hovers back up from the ground and hovers slowly backwards.
Wiglaf, do you want to? I whisper this stage whisper. Wiglaf, do you want to chuck one more ration at them? The other one that does not eat on?
Yeah. I have a bunch of rations on the donkey sheet, anyways.
You can use the fresh ones probably.
Yeah, that's why I threw the standard ration away. Those are the fresh ones. Or
Okay.
yeah. So that should be 17. No, it should be 16 because I threw two. So like the first one dropped, so he took away. I'm grabbing a second one, put it 30 feet from us, and then walk back to the camp and just see what the other one does.
Mhm.
We're gonna get a
Oh,
whole
one-
zoo following this.
The other one does the same thing, hovers forward,
Yeah.
like slowly makes a belly landing on the ration, and then a short while later hovers back up from the ground, hovering a short bit backwards, not to the 60 feet or more, or was it what it was? Like it's staying closer now.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, gifts to the weird bug-looking things. So, they're clearly magical creatures. All right. So we left like, well, Ruben, we should probably keep an eye on them. But hopefully they
Yes.
let me leave this alone.
DM, could you remind me the exhaustion rules in second edition? If I don't sleep for if I don't get my
Constitution
full
check if you are exhausted or not on the next day. Yeah.
okay, and the exhaustion would be like -2.
I think the
More?
first exhaustion level does nothing.
Okay. I think Ruben just says I shall stick with you on this watch. We can watch them together.
All right. Yep. So I guess I go about trying to get Zool to keep perching and going back to the tree, perching, going back to the tree, keep feeding him little nuts and meats and stuff. Well, I think they're carnivores. Never mind. Just keep feeding them the meat.
That's what you're trying, but you notice that Zool is not really that interested
Oh, yeah.
in
Oh, yeah.
working
Yeah,
out
Zool's like-
while these creatures are hovering around. Probably that's like at some point you like try to get Zool to land on your arm and he comes, but then he just sits on your arm and like
Nah,
you're trying
nah,
to
bruh.
shoot away. It doesn't really want to go away. So
I guess I'll just. Well, if he feels safer, I can just put Zool on the donkey. You know, the donkey's behind us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep track of the weird bugs or whatever the hell these things are. Yeah. So yeah, for the rest of my watch, and I guess Ruben's gonna watch with me. You know, we'll just. I guess till I fall asleep.
Yeah, they keep hovering, just looking
Wow.
at you. Like,
That's creepy as fuck. That's
are you feeding them more? Or...
Am I okay? Feed me. Oh, fuck. I wish I had an animal. Make the animals, but I bet that wouldn't work because most there's probably magic.
I think I don't know about you, Big Love, but probably Reuven would in the end. Seeing that feeding them seems to be the only stimuli we have discovered of like
Maybe they'll.
having them do something, he'll probably keep using the food as means for that. Unless you like protest.
No, Wiglop just wants to keep the party alive, and you know, I I'll do that when I get Owen reading, but you know, he's just gonna go to sleep. He's like, yeah, do what you gotta do, Ruben. Just you know, we gotta get through our journey.
Okay. So, DM, I'm going to mark down one ration that I'm going to take for my cat. I'll just give for my cat because I promised him food before.
Mm-hmm.
And then we still have 6 fresh rations left that I'm ready to use. I guess almost all on this if it requires.
Yeah, like you.
Yeah, we have a lot of rations.
The next round of rations they eat, and then you give them a third round of rations and they eat it. And like after the third round of ration, you see like they are slowly disappearing into the forest.
Thank you for the food. Goodbye.
So it took another 3 rounds.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's 3 rounds in total.
Oh, so okay, we have 2 fresh rations left.
What? No, don't we have 0? If we had 6.
You
There
use
was
6 rations.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
6
that would you would have
rations,
0.
3 rounds of giving 2 rations. 'Cause
Yeah.
there's 2 monsters.
Yeah,
two,
but
4,
this 6 is after Wiglaf had already taken 2 off, right?
no, I already
Oh.
took 2 off once, and then it went 3 more times. So like we gave
No,
him
2 more times.
2 more times.
Oh, 2 more times. Okay, so it would be 2. Never mind.
Okay.
Both of them
Could be
ate
good.
3 rations, so 6
Yeah.
total. Plus 1 for the cat, so 7 total. Also, at some point, the cat gets like, food me?
Yeah,
Like
I
you're feeding
fed
the
him
bats,
one.
and the cat wants food as well.
Feeding the bugs. Like, wait a minute, what am I? Did they get extra food?
So it wants another for the day.
It only got 1 like after the fight, right?
Yeah,
Now it's
okay.
nighttime.
I'll mark
like,
one more for him.
yeah.
For her.
The cat like starts eating and eats like a tiny part of the ration and leaves the rest on the ground.
Oh my god. That's so
Classic.
cat.
Clap. I guess he's probably not too experienced with cat. So we'll just take the rest of it. Even though I know the cat will probably not want the rest of it, I'll mark 0.9.
0.9.
I guess Reuben can eat it himself. He'll eat the 0.9 rations for like. We've already eaten, but later for the next day he'll eat the cat. Yeah, troubles of a cat owner. But after the extra 4 hours of Reuben's real watch after the Wiglaf's gone to sleep, he finally wakes up Uzma and the Coffin. Relays the information of what's happened, but then says that they've more or less left by now. So,
Okay.
and you see Reuben looks tired as all hell.
You look to Corfin. You mind if I prepare my spells first? You go second.
Sounds fine.
Right, I spent 20 minutes reading my books.
Alright.
Not
Afterwards,
paying too much mind to Reuben's crazy stories.
Yeah,
do you
Ruben
tell
just
the story? Like the creatures have left by this time. They
Can you
have been
just say
gone
that
for a
again?
few hours.
yeah, I relayed most of the information, but like in a tired and kind of like just get this over with way of just spew some random information, then just dropped dead tired on the ground.
Like some flying fish creature eating our food and then saying nothing and disappearing. Like
Yeah.
sounds like a probable thing to happen, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Somebody roll me a d20, please.
Meep.
Yeah, should be you. It's your watch. 10. That's gonna be strange. Okay.
Oh, by the way, I didn't prepare color spray this time.
All right. So you prepare your spells, and then after you're done, you have a short chat with Coffin about what he should prepare. Like, are you thinking this might be more combat, or does he have time to do something else?
I think we should be safe in these forests. Things are gonna get weird. I think that's been proven. I don't think we're really too worried of harm. So do whatever you please.
Okay. All right. He learns a spell.
Ooh.
And then you both are on watch.
Yep.
Give me a perception check. Not that great.
Uh-oh.
Pretty good.
Let's give this guy a check as well. Also not that great. Okay.
Is the owl up?
Probably.
This is the morning time, right?
No, this is still nighttime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the owl is up, but the owl is like sitting somewhere in a tree
Yeah. Fucking off
or on the donkey, like somewhere.
Yeah.
Kitty is sleeping as well. Rolls pretty poorly. Okay. So you're
What are you doing, Buck?
walking through your watch. Do you want to talk with Coffin?
No, I guess ask. So, what exactly do you know of Kobold shamans? Are they? Does every pack have one? Is it a thing?
I don't think every pack has one, but like all the larger ones, most of the time, they have like one or two. Yeah.
So
I have never seen one before, but I heard about them.
I guess it's not. Have you heard of what kind of spells they usually cast? They don't channel arcane. They don't channel the weave exactly the same way as we do.
No.
But do they have any effects that are similar to the standardized magics our world?
No, they have all these strange nature spells. Like, I have seen them. I've heard about them, like enchanting their weapon or like making the grass grow and grab onto things. I don't know
Must
any wizard spells that do the same things.
Sounds like a powerful spell to grip your opponents with the foliage nearby.
Well, it would be powerful if they were intelligent enough to use it in a powerful way. Lucky for us, kobolds are usually kind of dumb, so
Yeah.
I
I
assume they
wonder-
only used it when they are running away and try to not get murdered.
Maybe. Have you been a kobold hunter? Famous kobold slayer Corfin. We have a kobold slayer and a goblin slayer.
Man, I only killed 2 kobolds or so.
Mining missions?
Trips around the mining towns,
In the towns?
around the towns.
Okay.
Like the mines, they are not exactly in the settlements, so you have to
Yeah.
move between the mining stations and the settlements, and sometimes around the mines you find a group of kobolds. Like they think that's the mines are a good place to sleep when it gets light in the morning, and then they run into the miners. They stab them, then they run out of the mines, then they run into the next caravan. It's like, kobolds.
Kobolds.
Hmm.
You never told me, or I guess I never asked, what kind of stuff do people specialize in mining like a certain type of ore?
Oh no, there's us, like the mining people from the miners guild. Like we have the mining and stonemasonry, right? So there are some people who are more on the mineral side, and there's some people who are more on the stone side. But yeah,
You were a mineral miner, I presume?
I am. Yeah, I'm specialized in metals.
What kind of stuff did you find in the mines that you frequented?
Like the interesting things, like the mining platforms, the ones that got destroyed. They was mostly iron ore. Yeah, that's like why we are over there.
Do you know why it got destroyed?
No, I actually do not know. We were there, and then we got the alarm, and everybody ran out onto the ships, and apparently this happens sometimes. This was the first time I had the alarm when I was there, and the next thing I hear is this large crash and splash, and then I didn't see anything. I was under deck, but apparently something huge fell onto the mining platforms and destroyed them. Must have been a rhino also. That's what they said.
Rhino.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah.
one of the larger insectoids.
Insectoids?
Hmm.
Sorry, I don't think I've heard of these.
That's
Large insectoid?
The insectoids in the east. You have
I
not
don't-
heard about them?
I'm aware that they exist, but I
Hmm.
have no details on them.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like most people.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it either. I missed the spectacle because there were apparently some of the flying ones around the ship.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Like you
Happens.
survived.
Oh,
happens.
the guards
It's
are
not
good over
regular.
there. Yeah, and not regular, but just every few trips there's like a small attack. But this was strange because that was a suicide mission basically. Like the rhino jumped off the cliff, fell 100 feet onto the mining platforms, crashed through the mining platforms, and then drowned. That sounds like a stupid idea to me.
Those sound stupid.
Hmm.
Well, I'm not an expert on these insectoids, but I believe that in more mundane creatures like ants or other like insects, uh, the entire unit of like an ant or bee hive usually functions as like one organism.
Hmm.
So maybe one creature seemingly like sacrificing its life is just like a cell in our body
Hmm.
expending itself for energy.
maybe. Just it has never happened before. Like there have been a few
yeah,
attacks,
true.
and this is the first time. Like no, the guards were confused. I was confused. The guild is confused. Like everybody's confused.
It was significant enough that you shut the program in that area.
I haven't checked in like the last time we were in town, but from my understanding, like when we came through Port Bream, they had not decided yet what to do.
We probably should have asked that.
I mean, if
Well,
Port
we
Bream
were-
doesn't know it, then Lobet doesn't know it. Like,
Yeah, not from Lobet, but we should. We traveled through Port Bream. Just forgot to ask, I guess.
no, when we were traveling through Port Bream, I asked, and they said nothing has been
Oh.
decided yet.
Okay. So indefinitely suspended.
Or maybe they have gotten the okay the day after we left. Who knows?
Yeah.
The last thing I heard was that the repair will be kind of tricky because they have to like get all the materials over there, then they have to get the climbers over there because they have to reinstall like the platforms. We're doing all this from the ground up, we're doing all this like from ships. This is
Seems like a pretty high risk maneuver. If it could all just collapse again.
well, it does not collapse. Okay, we are good at what we are doing.
Well, yeah, but if there's another rhino.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why it took a bit longer to make a decision. Right?
Yeah.
How long has it been? Like 2.5 weeks since we returned, and still no decision.
So much has happened in these 2 weeks. Feels like an eternity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Almost died.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Is that twice now? You're a lucky
What?
man.
No,
Almost
once.
died. Well, once here and then once in the mines.
Yeah, if you count that. Like the mining thing, it was... The alarm is really good. The alarm system is really good, so we had enough time.
Better than the bells we use in the forest.
I didn't expect such infrastructure to be in place. But that's good to hear.
Mm.
Do you have any plans on activities once returning to Low Bay? Oh, have you been to wizard school?
Yes. Of course.
How does one get to wizard school? What does the approval process look like?
In my
Just apply?
case, I think my parents applied with the guild, and then I got picked. Like there was some, I think I had a test to do, and then yeah.
Ah. The mage schools tend to be kind of isolated from the rest of the folk.
Again, please.
The mage schools tend to be kind of isolated from the rest of the towns usually.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because like learning the art of magic in a short time takes a lot of contemplation and concentration. So
Well,
you get picked to be one of the. This is like the elite of the elite, basically. If you get into wizard school, like you are one of the smartest, brightest kids around. I think this is like some sort of, well, when you get picked, you want to perform as well. Let's just put it like this.
Let's not put this much grandeur on it. Pretty sure anybody could become a wizard, given the opportunity.
I wouldn't say anyone.
Really?
To become like a proficient wizard with a specialization, I don't think there's so many people around. Like becoming one of these strange generalist wizards who
are able to cast a few cantrips, and then they are done with the repertoire. Maybe, yeah.
Hey, don't go attacking. Wait, are you not a generalist? Am I understanding was that
I'm a
That was-
dimensionalist.
a dimensionalist?
Hmm.
They teach that in your school?
Yes.
Wow. I thought that was one of the more rarer philosophies.
It is, but turns out if you're into mining as well, like knowing your way around extra dimensional space is very useful.
Also,
The mine is crumbling, you go into extra dimensional space, they can dig you out. You want to
I
move a lot
guess.
of things, you put it in an extra dimensional space and move it from A to B without having to expend any energy. It's like the easiest thing to do, you know? Getting
I
like proper
guess.
measurements. This is
Is there, what
Hmm.
kind of dimensional magic have you learned?
I don't really want to talk about that one.
This part kind of gives him a smile. Wait, do I have any spells on the dimensionalist list?
Yes, you have enlarge. I think you have enlarge, right?
Yeah, I have enlarge.
It's like enlarge and gaze reflection are the first level dimensionalist spells.
Wait, is gaze reflection dimensionalist?
Yeah.
You don't want to talk about it. Yeah, that's fine. Wizards can keep their secrets. The dimensionalist spells that I've heard of in books always tend to be transmutations, you know?
You transmute us and you think you have understood how these spells works, but in reality you don't really. You don't get like the details. The
The details. My friend, it is
Hmm.
my understanding that you don't even get the general concepts right now.
Is this a pissing contest?
A little bit.
Oh, okay. Let's just say between you and me, I'm the one with the insignia, and I'm the one who has real skills. Okay. If you want to find work, it's gonna be a hard time. If I want to find work, I am already employed. Okay. Just chill on the
Okay.
pissing contest, mate.
I have 100 GP riding on this donkey right now.
Yeah. We have 100 GP riding on this donkey, okay?
Yeah, but it's. Then you don't think that's. You think you're gonna find better work?
Then 25 GP and getting almost killed? I would say there's a lot of work I could find that has a better payout than getting almost killed and getting 25 gold pieces for it.
To be fair, we haven't sold those swords and stuff yet.
I suppose.
Hmm.
But it's not all about the gold, you know?
Hmm. Yeah.
We've been tasked to look into these eastern lands. Gonna be a lot of exciting stuff to be discovered.
Oh, yes. You have no idea.
You do?
Coffin looks around, like sees, checks if the other people are sleeping, and then says like silently to you, "Yes, I have found something the last time."
Well, what did you find?
He gets to his backpack, and out of his backpack he creates in his hand it's like a fist size piece of metal. Seems like it looks strange, like you have never seen something like this before. And he says, "I found this. There's no records of this. I have not found anything with the guild."
Interesting. Is that what, do you think that's what Wiglip was asking you about earlier?
Yeah.
Well, I guess asking is kind of giving him too much credit.
Well, it radiates like some level of magic. I had enchanted it on this day, so it It was radiating a bit more magic.
You had enchanted it that day?
It's very strange.
Wait, what do you mean when you say that?
Well, touch it, and he holds it out for you to touch.
Can I touch it?
As you touch it, you feel it's like draining energy, like very, very slowly draining energy from your hand. That feels like it is.
That doesn't feel comfortable.
It does.
That's what I
think
thought at
it's-
first, but like it doesn't do anything. It just it feels like this. And then I did this, and then you see him like reciting something magical, and he looks at the stone in his hand, and he like seems to be casting at something at the stone. Do you have spellcraft?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you stop him?
No.
No. Okay. So he casts something, and then he says, "Here, take this," and he hands you the stone.
I take it?
You take the stone, and as you take the stone, you notice that the stone is radiating magic. And you look around, and you see also your spellbooks.
So I have detect magic on me right now.
It's your
I
assumption.
pull out-
Yeah.
I pull out the necklace that I looted from the shaman. Does
Nothing.
it radiate magic?
No.
Okay. Interesting. What do you think it is?
I don't know. It seems to be some sort of. The best I can describe it is a focus, maybe?
Focus.
Like, do you know how long your detect magic lasts, right? A few minutes?
I don't think I'm able to cast that spell.
I am.
Are we
I
back
guess
to the
you win
pissing
this one.
contest?
Yeah, I think you win this one.
You're
That's-
pissing with God, wee man. Sorry.
Like, you would know how to cast detect magic if you went to wizard school. Let's just put it like this, okay? Anyways, the spell.
You would know how to cast enlarge if you were a transmuter.
Oh.
Sorry,
Haha.
continue.
The spell, like, usually goes for like a minute or 2 minutes, and if you cast it on this thing, it stays for a day.
Wow.
Jesus.
I tried this with detect magic. I tried this with light. It just keeps the spell for it seems like 20 plus hours.
Oh, if you found more of this in the mine and gathered it all, you could cast reduce on it, and you could carry it for, easier for longer. Well, when I say you could cast reduce, I mean like a wizard, not you.
Do you know I can throw this rock at you? Okay.
I hand them back the detect magic rock. That's genuinely cool.
Mhm.
Does anyone else know about this?
Apparently, no one. I ask around at the guild if anybody has heard something about this strange metal, but nobody heard anything about this. This is the only piece I found.
Have you had it identified?
I haven't even talked to anybody outside of you about this thing, so no.
No.
I haven't had the time to do it myself.
I
Who
wonder.
knows? Maybe it doesn't even work. Maybe you can't even identify this thing. If this like eats spells, like how are you casting identify on it? Do you get a?
spells.
I mean, this
what if you
right
were-
now. This is a rock of detect magic. If I cast identify on it, does it become a rock of identify?
Well, I suppose it would be hard to tell. Maybe if you casted detect magic on it, then have you tried casting 2 spells on it the same day? Does it overwrite the effect, or
He said that he tried casting light on it, and it didn't work.
it did work? But that
Did
was,
work,
I
yeah.
don't think.
No,
it did
I
work.
haven't tried to cast 2 spells on it yet.
We could Well, I already prepared spells right now.
Do you
So we
have
could
anything?
try-
What do you have prepared for today?
I have sleep and expeditious retreats.
Huh.
You know, just in case. But
Maybe try casting sleep on it.
It's all
Maybe
the wrong
don't. If this absorbs the
maybe-
spell and then it gets like an aura of sleep and we all fall asleep for the next 20 hours, I
yeah,
think
that
this is
would
gonna be a
probably
problem.
bad. How long has it been since I prepared spells?
Must be like coming up to the hour now.
Okay. Well, we could try tomorrow. It would definitely be interesting to see. I wonder. I want to cast Featherfall on it. Is it just gonna be light for an entire day?
Huh. I haven't tried that one.
Another classic transmutation.
I know, okay.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I don't think we can, or I don't have any spells prepared right now for this. But we should definitely be, um, experimenting. It is exciting.
Just keep it between us, okay?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
If this gets
Yeah,
out
fine.
that I quote unquote stole this from the guild, I'm gonna be in problems.
Sure. I understand.
Don't want to have the dwarf randomly running around and talking about magic rocks, you know? He's
Yeah, for sure.
doesn't seem to be like the smartest tool in the Shen, if you catch my
Yeah.
drift.
Yeah, I understand. That's fair.
Hmm.
Well, hi. I think we should maybe look around a little bit more. We're probably not performing our watch as dutifully as we should.
Well, with this thing, at least we can spot any magical creature coming in our direction, huh? And
That's
he like
true.
turns around, scanning the forest with the stone in hand.
I give him a smile and I walk like 10 feet out and like southwards and look around and
Then he
start
says,
keeping my watch.
maybe you should use this to scan it. I can see creatures in the dark. You can't.
Well, hey, congratulations on your innate abilities of being born into a whatever. At least I have the ability to run faster than a mouse.
Ha ha ha.
And I smile at him and turn around to hold my watch
Okay.
as a good Samaritan.
Yeah. You take your watch. All of you missed whatever was happening in the forest.
Oh, yeah.
And the time passes and it becomes morning. Wiglaf, you can wake up and learn spells. You posted something to me and I read Speak with Animals.
Yeah.
Speak with Animals is a second level spell. You cannot learn this one.
Wait a moment. Oh no, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm a dum-dum. I was thinking of animal friendship. I'm sorry. No, you're right. I'm gonna take that back. And pop on oh shit. Cure wounds. Cure light wounds instead. Sorry.
Okay. It's morning time. You can... Let's get you all back to the world map. And you can move... How far can you move? 12 miles, right?
8. Oh, I thought it was like...
No, 12 miles because nobody is injured at the moment, so you can get your full movement.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yes, we can finally turn in the head.
yeah, and the
Yay.
swords and stuff. Yeah.
You arrive. Oh, do you arrive in London? Let's just see if something happens. Who's the first person to talk?
Me.
Me, okay.
We're smart.
Okay. So you're probably not going to die. That's a good thing. Good thing. What are you potentially encountering?
Fairy dragon.
No,
Damn
it's
bugs.
not a fairy dragon. Also, good job looking at the monsters manual.
Wait, what?
I didn't look at anything. I don't even know what to look at.
Wait, me?
Who was the person who said fairy dragon first? I think Rufin was the first person to say fairy dragon.
Yeah, I think
It's
I
a
said
if it's a dragon with butterfly wings.
Yeah, I guess.
I wouldn't have guessed it's a fairy dragon.
Okay. Rufin, you are the ranger of the group, so you are spotting things as you move through the forest. Roll me a perception check.
ooh,
15.
very bad.
God.
Good
He's
job.
tired. He's only had a couple of 5 hours of sleep last night, feeling tired. He's not on his game.
What are you running into?
Oh boy.
Are you like staying close with the party, or are you like?
Usually he'd probably be a bit farther away, but as I mentioned before, he's tired and
Okay.
he's not full tilt, so
Okay.
he's like definitely closer than normal.
So let's see if Kitty notices something. Kitty rolls really bad these days for some reason.
Oh boy.
Maybe because the dice isn't rolled on roll 20. You think that has any impact?
I don't know. Maybe all my die are ruined. They all roll only once.
That's good for initiative.
It's good. Yeah, the kitty roller won in initiative as well. Yeah, that's true. Ruven, roll me a d10.
6.
6. Okay, you're not surprised.
So it was stuck. Okay.
And then roll me a d6. You want to roll higher than a 3.
No.
Oh
no.
boy.
Not higher than a 3.
Here we go, boys.
You walk forward and like at some point you're like scratching the kitty and you don't really notice what's going on.
Yeah.
And then just like a second before that thing happens, you notice in front of you, like once again, these strange plants
Oh
as
fuck.
a volley of thorns gets flinged in your way, and you take 2 damage.
2 damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Mark
as this
that down.
happens, you can step back and get out of threat range.
Yeah. He immediately, starts doing elven black backflips or whatever he does.
Elven backflips. So, yeah.
Yeah. That's 2. You said 2 points of damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the others hear like a yelp of sorts, probably slightly away from.
How are you doing elven backflips with a cat in your hoodie?
Yeah, everyone
That's a
else
good
sees
point.
Ruben start doing backflips. Like, oh god.
Just have the cat roll a saving throw versus death.
Oh wait, you said that
It fails.
Ruben was
Cat
scratching the. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, the cat flies out of your hoodie. Like, makes a
I catch it.
and jumps after you.
Okay.
Ruben, what'd you see? What is it?
You see, as Reuben's like kneeling on the ground, and pulling out these pretty familiar looking like spikes from his chest again. You've already healed one of these wounds before. Like I'm like, but as I pulled them out, I'm like, Kitty, are you okay? In Elven, I ask. I scratch Kitty, make sure the kitty's okay, not damaged.
Kitty is okay, undamaged, but like it's a bit annoyed. Doesn't say something though.
Okay. I attempt as I'm bleeding and the still somewhat clean parts of my clothing are getting covered in more blood. He ignores that and scratches the kitty. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, I backflipped there. That was just a normal. That's just a reaction I have. Like, chills with the kitty for a bit.
Hmm.
Lets the rest catch up to him.
That's Wiglaf is kind of like put his shield up, get his shield ready. Like, what the fuck? Those damn plants again.
I presume we're gonna avoid these the same way we did previously.
We're gonna have. I guess we could fight them, but I don't know if we want to like actively.
I don't think we want to fight them.
Yeah, they have a pretty good range.
Yeah. But again, just as last time, Ruben would like to like mark
Yep.
them, but also like get a general size of them.
Yeah, like you take a mental note of where they are, and
Wacky flower.
let's see how many there are this time.
If there are too many that we can't run, we have to
6,
fight.
7.
Jesus.
7. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bring it down.
And you can once again walk around them. Avoid getting moth ones fling at you.
Mhm.
And proceed to lob it.
Once we're like 500 yards ish away from Lobe,
Mhm.
I look to Reuven and I ask him, Reuven, do you think you could beat me in a race?
Kind of like inquisitively looking at you. By the way, dear, mentioned before I forget, when we're in like town or like a human settlement, ish type, Ruben
Uh-huh.
would like to keep the cat in either his like in like a safe hidden place. So in his like uh, coat or the hood,
Mhm.
preferably.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Going back to the scene, Ruben's kind of like looking at you, but then like I'm joking. You wanna race me?
I think
That
I'm
how you
faster
look?
than you.
I look okay. He
Um,
stares at you.
what would you say to a friendly wager of 1 gold piece for a race from here to Lobe?
He like looks at his like looks around for his pouch that's like just scrambled in like a quarter of his pocket somewhere. Like looks at like counts. I have 12 of these silverish round things.
Sure. How about 1 silver piece then, just to have it on the record.
Can we
Kind
go
of
hear any of this?
wince at you. Wiggloff, sorry, what?
No, I didn't want to interrupt, but I just didn't want you guys to start racing. But I was going to say, if Wiglaf is hearing any of this.
Probably, right? Did
Yeah,
you?
I'm not trying to hide it or anything.
Okay, all right. I'll just wait until you're done talking then.
I think Ruben is young enough and pr- prideful enough that he like looks at your scrawny little legs and he's like, I
Hey,
could,
I'm
I could take
14
you.
strength. My legs are not scrawny.
Okay. He looks at you like the wizard you are. He's like, I could run faster than you normally, yes.
All right, you want to take the bet then? Wiglaf can give us a timer of 3, 2, 1 to go.
Well, hold on there, Usmar. Let's make some stipulations to this race. No magic be done at all. You use your own natural
Whoa!
ability.
Fine.
Really? You want to race me without any of your magics?
No, I'm sure he did not want to race you without any of your magic.
No, we'll race.
Okay.
Uh, Fine. Okay. And like turn back to my cat, just like on my hood, like I tell him in Elven to like get ready for a run.
Get-
Run?
No, you stay,
I
but
run.
I'm gonna run.
I fast.
You hold on, and I do kind of like a clawing motion.
No, run. I run.
Oh no.
And the cat jumps out of your out
No,
of your
no.
hoodie.
Okay.
Sits next to you.
hmm,
Stretches a bit.
Okay.
Run now?
I look at Uzma. Uzma, let's run to that tree, so we're away from the town. So
Should we run towards Low Bay? I don't want this to be a short sprint. I want there to be some distance here. I guess 500 yards isn't too long, but distance. But
right, that's like 500 meters. We can run
Yeah.
500 meters away from town.
fine, that's fine. But I don't think I can recognize a tree if you just point to that tree and point
Is there a
500
very
meters.
recognizable tree, DM?
No.
No. Just run until you're tired.
You
Oh,
see
we
the
just run
town in the
towards-
distance, like you're
What?
breaching the edge of the forest in this 500-meter range. So
Yeah, so
Oh,
I
we
don't
just-
want.
How about we
to
just
do
run
force.
run towards the town? We won't make it to the town, but we'll make it to the edge of the forest or something.
well, you are
Yeah.
at the edge of the forest. Like there's like
Oh,
a
we
circle
are at the
around
edge
the
of the
town,
forest.
so the
so
forest
run to
does
the edge
not
of town
run
then?
into
Could I
the
not
town.
have said this before we make it to the edge of the forest?
You said when you're 500 yards away from town. That's where you are now.
Alright, fine. Well, I ask him, do you wanna...
Let's do this, okay? We shall run and follow my cat. How about this? I do not think you are
No,
faster than me.
I'm probably gonna be faster than your cats,
Okay,
to be
if you
honest.
run faster than my cat, I will happily give you as much shiny coin as you want. But I do not
Okay.
think you are faster than me any.
No, I'd like to run towards Low Bay. I just think it's gonna be more convenient.
Uh,
Or we can
we'll,
just
When
Or we
run?
just
we'll
put this
run for a few minutes, as much as you want.
few minutes.
So I
As
thought
much
like
as you want. You can give up if you at any point go past any of me or my cat, then it is your win. How about this?
so you guys
Any
would
point you
hypothetically be
go
running.
faster than me. If you at any point go up, away from me.
You guys aren't running toward the town. You're running towards some random part in the forest, right?
Yeah,
Alright,
we're
so
on like this
we
direction.
can are running let's run parallel to that town.
Sure, that's fine.
Run along the edge of the forest.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead and give it a countdown.
Yep.
All right, so are you guys ready?
Yep.
Kitty, Ruben, Usmar. Oh God, we're gonna die. All right, 3, 2, 1.
I say
Go.
the same in Elven and go.
Okay,
Yeah.
go. And you run.
I run. I presume Ruben's taking full movement here.
Sure.
I'm taking
Fine.
half movement,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna cast Expeditious Retreat.
Rufen, are you sprinting? Are you trying to
sure,
be as fast
yeah.
as possible?
He's-
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a hot-blooded young man. He's gonna
Okay.
run as fast as he can.
Give me a strength check.
Let's go. What's my strength? $32.
Nice.
32. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to run even faster?
Yes.
Give me a strength check at half your strength.
That's 6. 8.
Okay, you
Oh,
run
very
at
good.
twice your movement rate.
Okay.
Kitty also runs at twice its movement rate. Kitty's really fast, okay? Kitty's
How
zooming
fast?
away from you.
Can I sprint after I'm Expeditious Retreated?
The wizard cannot increase its movement speed in any other
Okay.
way while using this
Okay.
spell.
Fine. So after what, 60 feet?
Yeah.
I cast Expeditious Retreat, or
Okay.
it goes off,
Alright,
and now my movement rate is 36,
yeah,
and I start fucking bolting.
yeah. You bolt and...
Do I see this
when do you...
happening?
Yeah, you see this happening, he's clearly cheating, okay? So,
Yeah, that's great.
at the end of this round, Rufen is 480 and you are at 420, and then in the third round you will pass Rufen. The kitty is way in front of you.
Is the kitty
Wow.
faster than me?
Kitty's same speed as you,
Okay.
but kitty has a round in front of you, so
Okay.
kitty is faster.
As we're running, and Ruben sees in this couple of minutes as Uzma catches up to him and begins to clear this, Ruben attempts to do something as well. Ruben puts his fingers in his mouth and whistles for the cat, and
Okay.
attempt to convey like a like riding motion for the cat.
Hey,
Can I
what?
ride on the cat?
No, you cannot ride on a cat.
That's fine.
I just go full speed. As I run past Ruben, I give him a big hefty smile.
Give me a dex
I
check.
think after a couple of minutes, yeah, Ruben stops. As much he's totally wasted himself.
Usma, give me a dex check.
A dex check.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh.
Oh, thank God for the transmuter dex.
Lucky you. And so this is after the third round, so both of you give me a con check.
What? Wait,
Yeah,
this
you're
is
sprinting. Like, no,
I'm
you're
not
sprinting.
sprinting.
You're moving normal. Ruven, give me a con check. Or do you stop
Yes.
after Usma passes you?
Hey, man.
I stop after he passes me,
Okay,
but like
then
even after a good.
no con check necessary. Kitty is bolting away.
Oh, and since it was, well, this is probably the point where my cheating becomes obvious. As I try to like walk back towards Ruben after I've seen that he's given up, I kind of find it hard to just like walk, and also just kind of zooms forward even though he's not really trying to. Like oh, then I try to slow it down to make it not obvious that I'm cheating.
I don't think that's gonna work.
Ruben's like heaving against the tree. He's like, a good match, human. He's,
Yeah, you were a pretty decent runner, but still some ways away. You'll get there someday, maybe.
Ruben just kind of does a toothy elven grin at you. It's just you can definitely tell he understands you're cheating, but Ruben believes he will be the bigger man in this, the bigger elf.
At
I
this point,
extend
zooming
my-
back from the forest is Kitty and like runs around you and then says, "Why stop? More run?"
Oh god.
Kid, you won. You're the best. You're the fastest.
More run?
You both left Weegloff alone 500 feet away. 500
Yeah,
yards
with
You
your
can run with
six.
Usmar here. Usmar, do you want to run a bit more?
No, I think I've done enough running for today. You know,
You sure you know excited my friend? You know play a little more. No?
you know, yeah, because I, sprinted so hard. I don't know if I could achieve this kind of a feat again for at least a day. Maybe I need to rest a little bit. We could go play tomorrow though. But I think for now I just want to walk to Lobe and maybe like get our reward.
Sure.
Dwarf run?
Sure. We'll crouch down with a cat. Oh, we'll. How about we run again tomorrow? Uh, our friend Usma will promised he'll run with you tomorrow. Scratch his ears. We'll play some game tomorrow. How about that?
Hmm. What game?
Mm, I don't know. Do you have a game you would like to play?
Catch bird game.
What did you say?
Catch bird game. Very,
Catch
very,
a
very
bird.
fun. Catch bird. Always
Oh
fun.
no. No, wrong bird, no.
Oh, well,
Also,
you know,
mm, catch mouse game.
hmm,
Mm.
And then hit mouse game. Best game.
Play with mouse and then kill mouse. Torturous.
Okay. Maybe we'll send you a mouse and we can play tomorrow. Okay?
Ooh. Food now?
Sure, of course. And we walk back to the donkey, back to the Wiglaf.
Nothing happened at that time, right?
You return back to the rest of the party, who's dead. No,
Yeah.
no, nothing happened.
How far did they run? Like, how many miles?
They went like half a mile away,
Oh, never mind.
then slowly
Quite the
returned.
distance for a dwarf, right?
Any distance isn't quite a distance for a dwarf.
So, after a long day of walking through the forest, having a race with a kitty, and
You have to pay the kitty. No, just saying.
You gotta pay the cat, yep.
And almost getting murdered by plants, you arrive back in Lobay. And you enter the town and you get some very strange looks. A group of crazy people entering the town with a bunch of weapons on a mule and a lot of blood, and also by now a very smelly bag with blood on it dangling from the donkey. A owl
gonna be
sitting on a
rough.
donkey.
Yep.
Then there's this elf guy, there's a gnome, a dwarf. The dwarf, at least the dwarf has an insignia of the military security guild, so he's not very sketchy. But
Yet.
you walk a few steps into the town, and after a short minute, a group of 4 guards approaches you and says, "Hey there, travelers.
Greetings, guards.
Having trouble in the forest?"
Nope, not trouble. Actually, clearing trouble, and looking for a reward of that clearing.
There was trouble in the forest. That was
Not in the forest, but to the east. Caught a hobgoblin group led by Crush.
So this, and he points at the sack dangling from the donkey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of starting to smell now.
Yeah.
Apologize for that, but we need
Flies
it for
and
proof.
stuff.
You wouldn't mind opening this up to prove that it's a hobgoblin and not something else?
Sure.
I point to Reuven or Wigwam, whoever's closer to it, to open it. Because I don't want to touch that nasty ass shit.
Yeah, I'll do it with no no hits. Just I'm gonna open it up and show it to the guards.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and grab
Like you-
Crotch's
You
hair or
pick it
whatever.
from the donkey, and you start walking up to them, and then you see that the guard motions to one of the younglings in the group to step forward and look at it. And this person steps forward and looks at it and rolls a Constitution check.
Yeah.
She fails miserably, looks
Oh.
at the starting to be really smelly and slightly rotten head of Crush in the bag and turns around, disgusted, nods at the leader of the group, and then runs to the edge of the way and pukes against something.
They're putting new recruits through this? That's not nice.
Well, they have to learn at some point. There's not
I
that
guess
much
that's true.
death happening around this town, so when you get the chance, you take the chance, right?
I suppose. I presume that we're allowed entrance?
Yeah. Don't get in any trouble, okay?
I won't.
I'll grab Zool.
That's what
The
I
guard
said
looks
last.
at the other people around you and says, "Well, you're the one person I don't suspect of getting in trouble in this town." And turns around.
I think
They
some
all
of us
walk away.
chuckle a bit at that sentence.
Oh, thank you.
At least the gnome is fine. I don't
Yeah.
expect others to get into trouble.
Yeah, he already turned and walked away.
Okay.
Hmm.
We go to the military. I mean the
You
Thing,
go
the
to
bounty
the bounty
place.
office.
The bounty out, yeah.
hell yes.
Alright, so you arrive at Lobby Bounty Office and talk to who remembers the name?
Who's
I have
smart
him
with
in
notes
my
taking?
thing. Um,
I don't think I want to talk with this person.
Tanner.
Tanner, that's true. You talk to Tanner and yeah, Tanner is in there. Like a few of his lackeys are in there as well. What do you want
Yep.
to say to him?
I give him a bright smile, and I said, "Told you, man." I put the head on his desk. That nasty, rotten head on
Yo,
his
Yeah.
desk.
take this away from my desk. What the fuck? I don't need this thing in here.
Sorry, I'm not aware of the customs. Where is it
He
supposed
like
to go?
snips and waves over one of his people and is like, give it to him and take it out. Ugh, take it outside, dump it in the, you know where.
I
And
take it and give it to the other guy. Like,
Yeah.
where's my 100 GP? Where's do I
We
get that
also
from here?
we also have to give
going
him the
straight to
space.
business, huh? Not even saying hi. Okay.
We'll get to the highs later.
Yeah. Okay. Business first, pleasure later. I see how it is with you.
Yes.
And he walks
Yeah.
back and opens a small chest behind his desk and pulls out 2 bags and hands them to you.
Nice.
Oh, nice. And how much is that?
I open up the bags to inspect them.
They are
Ooh.
full of gold pieces.
Yep, I close them and I put them in my backpack.
So your
Pleasure doing
merry
business.
band of crazy people managed to take Crush down, huh?
Wait, you put
Yeah,
them in your
pretty-
backpack or you put them in the donkey backpack?
Well, I'm at the military office now, so I don't think the donkey's inside.
Donkeys inside standing behind.
Yeah, donkey.
I'll put them in the donkey eventually. Sorry, what was the question?
You managed to take down Crush, huh? Good job.
Yeah, band of 4 crazy wackos.
It's always the crazy
pretty-
wackos who get shit down for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, something about it.
Yeah. I wish back in
Yeah.
the day I had joined a group of crazy wackos, but here I am.
It's
Bounty
never
officer.
too late. There's still other hobgoblins. You want to go hunting for a group?
Man. Ah. You know, as much as I think this town is boring, also, this town is boring, so the risk of getting murdered or wounded or having your leg bitten off by some crazy thing is very low in here, so yeah, I kind of like this part of the town.
Question on the whole being wounded thing. This forest of yours has some wacky flowers in it, shooting thorns.
Oh, the Fonslingers, yeah. Sometimes they show
Any
up.
information on them?
It's just some wacky flowers. Like,
They've been there forever.
you would have asked somebody who has more ideas about flowers than I have, but they appeared and somebody talks about them appearing, then I guess some of the woodland creatures take care of them, and then they are gone, and then a few months or a year later they show up again. Just like this.
Oh, that's weird.
I mean, once you have an infestation with some stupid flowers, good luck getting rid of them, and I don't think the wood creatures are that happy with going tabula rasa and just burning everything down. So
Yeah. I suppose that's
if that was my backyard, I would burn the shit to the ground. But
yeah.
forest is forest, and all those crazy creatures who keep the forest safe, they have their own rules. Let them have their own rules.
Yeah, sure. But the flowers will get cleared out eventually. Not something.
I would guess so, unless they are in some place where they don't are interesting to anyone.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's not like they are spreading widely.
I suppose. I grow more and more suspicious of this claim of Lobai being a boring city. You know,
Why?
because this forest is crazy. There's wacky flowers. There's this rock golem or elemental or some sort of thing.
Have you talked with Hancock? Is he talking crazy stories again? This
I
guy, I
actually-
swear,
I
it's the
did talk
funniest
to
shit.
I did talk. Actually, you know what? Hancock got me into trouble.
Hancock got you into trouble.
Yeah, I ended up
Hancock
losing
has
7 gold.
Did you break into his house?
Yeah, I wanted to talk to him. You know, I was talking in the tavern about, people with stories, and the barkeep gave me an impression that Hancock was like was a wizard who didn't want to really waste time talking to, people with
How did
no
you end
knowledge
up
of
with
the matter.
that impression? What the fuck?
Well, well, let's say that I was in a bit of a hurry, so I just interpreted everything through the most natural lens for me, and shit happens every now and again. But it's all well and good now. Hancock and me are on good relations.
I don't think
Um,
anyone is in good relations with Hancock. I think Hancock is incapable of having any sort of relation with anyone. This guy is
why would you
lost.
say that? He's not. Well, they're gonna think that
The
I'm
crazy
lost now.
stories he's talking about? Did he tell you about the tiny dragon, the tiny black dragon with butterfly wings?
Yeah, I didn't manage to see that in the forest, but
Big surprise you
big,
didn't manage to see a tiny black dragon with butterfly wings? What the fuck?
well, I mean, the guy was talking about rock golems, and that I definitely did see.
Yeah, Wiggloff and Ruben are with him too, right? We're
So
all
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Have you been
I would say
drinking?
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
my
Wiggloff's gonna.
suspicion. I think Hancock has a drinking problem. And then he gets drunk in the forest and loses his shit, and this is his excuse. There's a
Look, maybe
rock
he loses his
golem
shit.
destroying his things, and this is why the things he's carrying are not arriving at the place where he's supposed to bring them.
Yeah,
The poor
pardon me,
guy.
Tanner, but we
I'll,
did see this rock golem. All of us have. It crashed our tent. We had to buy a new one.
how would you
Sure did.
let's say hypothetically you were wrong.
Yeah.
What would I need to do to prove to you that this rock golem exists? I'm just curious.
How do you prove the existence of a rock golem? You would have to capture the rock golem and bring it here.
Wow, well, that's probably not happening, so I guess we're never
As,
gonna
like,
agree
how...
on this.
I mean, yeah, probably.
How would we
I'll,
capture a beast of such size and magnitude?
A rock
look,
golem? You don't capture rock
Yeah.
golems.
They capture you, right?
They smack you
One
over the
day-
head and you're dead. That's what rock golems do.
Mm.
one day I'm gonna learn clairvoyance and come back and visit you and show you the rock golems.
I'll just show you.
Okay. I'm looking
day.
forward to this time, my friend.
You know if there's
This
any
makes the life worth it. All those crazy
Yep.
stories. You crazy mages running around. Ah,
exactly. Do you guys have a library in town?
sure, the council library and the guild library. Like both of the guilds have
Council
libraries,
and
yeah.
guild library? Sorry?
The
Is it
Hunters
council-
Guild and the Woodworkers Guild, they both have their seats here, so they have libraries.
And these are separate from the mage school libraries, I presume?
In this case, no.
No.
Like the Mage Guild of the Mage School of the Forest and Woodwalkers Guild is in Logget, so they use the same library as
Can
the
we-
guild does.
Does everyone else have access to it? It's not, or is that access limited?
It's a guild library, yeah, it's limited.
God. Some of these guilds, just a nuance, really.
Well, they keep their shit to themselves, but I mean, most people are in a guild, and then you have your library that you can go to. So yeah.
I guess. Just,
we-
would make life a lot easier if the information was freely available to everyone. So then we wouldn't have ignorant people like you who don't believe in rock golems.
I believe in rock golems, okay? I don't believe in a random rock golem showing up in the forest, trashing tents, and then disappearing into rubble. That sounds a bit far-stretched. Also,
You're,
a
you know that
tiny black
the
dragon
for-
with butterfly wings, that's like the big thing to me.
You're aware that the forest has fake creatures in it, correct?
Sure. Obviously.
You don't think this kind of behavior would align to something that a fake creature would do? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's not that far. It's not that
Well,
far
maybe
fetched.
try to talk with the Hunters Guild. Maybe they have some idea.
Sure.
I mean,
I'll
they
ask it.
don't like talking that much, you know. And he suspiciously eyes the elf in the room and says, you know, they are not too talkative. They like their forest and their woodland creatures, and humans.
Hmm.
I'm not even sure how they manage to pick up mates, but somehow they do. The Hunter's Guild has not died out yet, you know. Something must be going on with them, but human skills.
Interesting.
Well, thank
Well,
you, Tater. I appreciate the help. I'm gonna go take these swords and spears and things and just sell them off at the blacksmithy.
Um,
Wait, they do have a blacksmithy here in Lobay, right?
don't you want to donate them to the Military and Security Guild?
hey, buddy, this one sheriff in Lani already gave us a spiel about this. I think we just want the cash.
Oh, also talking about cash, he and like, I'm assuming somewhere in our junkie and like Reuven's been like went out and comes back and here's this end of the conversation with like probably like uh, or it's a small twine, bit of twine, that has like it'll be 10 hobgoblin years, right? That have now rotten,
Yeah.
just like into this like sludge thing together that like you can like more or less
Ugh.
slightly see that they like 10 different years all bunched together, and like slaps it on the table.
Don't you
This
like
is
usually
also for
roast
the
them or
tiny
something?
things.
Ugh. And then he snaps again, and the same guy who has been tasked with removing the head is tasked with removing the ears, and Tanner slides you 2 gold pieces over the table.
Uh, I think Ruben does a bit of like counting on his fingers. How many did you give me?
2 gold pieces.
He's gonna count. This is hobgoblins, not the normal goblins. So it is actually like three, a one, a two, a three. Yes, that is the number. Three, because it is one.
Are
It is.
you are you making the raids or are you making the raids?
Uh, is it not like last when I went into the other clan? What is it called? Barrios. Yes. There, I was told that the goblin is one, two, and the hobgoblin is one, two, three. Three, four, yes, three silver pieces.
Tanner turns around and looks at a list behind his desk. Guess you're right. And he hands you 1 more gold piece.
2 pieces.
I think, and Ruben kind of just turns around, takes it and turns around, and to like, who's like closest Wiglaf probably is like, you see, and like kind of semi whispers to you, like, you see, I told you before, is humans, they always are sketchy and sneaky like that.
So it seems. So it seems.
Humans. Ugh.
Yeah, we got. He said. Tanner said he wants us to donate to the military, right? So
You
I
are
guess I
in the
could.
Military Security Guild. Just letting you know.
Osmar expressed his discontent with this idea.
I don't want to give them all of our stuff, but I will give them 1 sword, 1 bow, 1 polearm, one quiver, and 20 arrows. Is that fine?
I don't think they're gonna care about getting this. I think they want like a big chunk, or then it doesn't really matter.
I could just give them nothing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's like we're like imagine if there's like a millionaire and you're like, hey, here, have $5.
I mean, it's still $5. It doesn't matter if you're a millionaire.
I mean, it's like
It's not no
you-
money. It's like a poor person having $5 and a millionaire having $5. It's still worth $5.
no, that's very different.
That's not true, actually.
No, I mean like if someone already has $1 million, if you give them $5, they're $5 richer.
If someone has $1 million, they're probably making enough money so that you giving them $5, that the time that giving them the money takes is gonna be a bigger
What?
nuisance.
No, this is ridiculous. $5 is $5, whether it's in a poor person's hands
It's
or not.
not really.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, we'll have to agree. Yeah,
There's like
I
a
don't think we
diminishing
have to
return on money,
decide.
so yeah.
Oh, we're gonna give them the 4 and the bone stuff?
So
Yeah, just sell them.
you're just
Maybe
trying to
not in
sell
low
them.
bay though.
Why not?
Well, if we can get a good price for them in low bay, but I imagine that since this is such a safe city, they might not have as much demand for weapons.
Probably not.
Yay.
Or maybe they are. Maybe they're undersupplied because this is such a safe city. Think like these people probably don't need it.
Maybe there's a lot of adventurers coming to Low Bay to start their adventure in the forest.
Maybe.
And they always lose
we
the
want
weapons because
to-
they get mauled in the forest by crazy things.
Yeah, I
Do we
guess.
want to? Sorry. Do we want to like sell them to the just a shop, or do we want to physically go out ourselves and set up like a temporary
Just sell it to a shop,
trade
I think.
area?
We're
Yeah,
gonna
like,
not get enough money, but I don't think it's worth the time to start.
Usma, you would know that like just going and setting a roadside shop up would get you in trouble.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
In town
Yeah,
at least. Like,
We
Okay.
could go talk to the Merchants Guild representatives here in Low Bay and see if they know a guy who would pay well for them.
yeah, you would
Or even
probably
if-
just go to the marketplace and look at the shops
Yeah.
and then pick out the
Yeah.
arms vendors and talk with one of them.
But before we head out, I want to look back to Tanner and say, hey, any other leads? Any news on other things that I can go claim the bounty of?
As you say this, like Tanner like gets this like slightly concerned look on his face and then says, yeah, actually, there was a, you know, these fucking bandits. Sometimes they get it into their head that they are now strong enough to, I don't know, attack a city
I'll be
Hmm?
and let me just quickly check the day we are on right now. 2 weeks ago, Red Rachel apparently attacked Cape Orin.
Cape Orin?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Oh, this is at the, like, on this side of the river, right at the edge, between river and sea, river and ocean.
On this side of the river, is he pointing to something on like a map?
No, but this side on the river would, like,
Oh,
he's
this side.
referring to the big river and this side
Sure.
of the river.
This
Yeah.
side on the river. What did it say? At the edge of the sea?
At the edge of the ocean.
At this in Port Bream County?
Yes.
Somewhere here.
Yeah. Like, it's right in the edge. It's like right at the, it's a ocean
Like here.
river city. Yeah.
Okay.
What was the name?
Cape
Red
Orin.
Rachel attacked
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
an
where.
entire city.
Yeah, she
Wow.
attacked the town and I mean they repelled her, but there was a lot of casualties.
What town?
Over here.
Oh, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Other
He's,
than this, just the normal stuff. I mean, you know about Crush, I assume. What he's been doing,
I
dying.
heard he was. Wait, Crush? Yeah. Sorry.
Ruffle was running around. Else there was not too many attacks. Yeah.
Jeez, Red Rachel was in. Jesus.
Yeah. Like, I mean, this happens sometimes, and then usually, like, they return back to their base, and then they get shit on by the leaders there because now obviously Cape Orin will get reinforced, and they will get tracked harder, and if they do this too often, you know, then there
is probably going to be a military reaction to this. So
Was there
yeah.
was any information recovered from the bandit bodies?
No. I mean, from what I heard, it's like they were loitering around at the edge of Cape Orion, and then in the night they just full out attacked the town. And when the guards showed up to reinforce, there was this strange magic, like, you know, it's not fireballs, but something firebally, and like that killed a lot of guards. And but this seems to be like the whole firepower of the squad, and after this happened, they quickly got the rest of the men together and repelled the attack.
And did they not have to? Was this fireball thing cast only once?
Yeah.
Well, that's
Was bad enough when as it was cast the one time.
yeah. I don't know if I'm confident enough to try to attack a bandit who's brash
Seemingly,
enough to attack an entire town.
yeah.
I mean, it's fucking bandits.
Yeah. We're just a bunch of wacky adventurers. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day. Yeah.
One of these days.
True. Maybe after you gifted all your loot to the military security guild.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Hey, I could give him one sword, one bow, one philosophy.
Anything else?
Do you want a rundown where they were last spotted, all of them?
Yeah. Preferably hobgoblin groups. I'm not very
Okay.
confident
Okay.
yeah.
So, Asmith was last spotted on Monday, 3 days ago, around midway. And Ruffle was last spotted last week at Orneo.
Jesus.
Yeah.
These guys are moving fast. Do you think, is there like now that we killed Krosh, how would you expect them to react? Are we gonna see differences in movements of hobgoblins? I mean, clearly they seem to be attacking north instead of south.
I would expect that at
That's-
some point in the future there will be a new officer hobgoblin taking Crush's place, and
And they'll just continue as normal?
yeah, they are raiding parties. Sometimes they die.
Wow. Harsh world for hobgoblins.
Sure.
You hear a scoff as you say that at the back of the room.
I mean, that's what they want, right? They want to be the strongest fighters to ever exist, so they go out and fight, and
Yep.
sometimes
I
they die.
suppose.
It's just, yeah, the luck they have, huh?
Yeah. Sucks to be a hobgoblin.
Sucks to be a hobgoblin, yeah.
Alright, well, hey, it's been great. Are you, when's your shift ending? Do you want to go out for some drinks tonight? I'll probably be staying at the honey pot. I'll pay for at least a couple of your drinks.
We don't have a honey pot here, man.
Oh, you don't?
We have the way cooler one.
What's that?
Let me check what it's called. I wrote it somewhere. I have my Lobbit thing somewhere at the end of everything.
Oh, boom.
And it's working.
The Lobby Luxury Lounging.
Low Bay Jesus Christ, can I afford that? What?
I mean, at some point, you know, the other cities, they got their honeypots, and then Lobey was like, we have to get a luxury inn as well. And they came up with this stupid name, completely ripped off the whole plan of the honeypots and built their own thing, unaffiliated with honeypot, but it's basically the same thing.
All right.
It's just a
Would
rip-off,
you
but it's
would you like
cool.
to-
Lobey
to
luxury
meet-
launching.
Would you like to meet at the LLL this evening?
Sure, let's meet at the LLL this evening.
All right.
That's great.
We'll have some more talks then. I'll try to get cleaned. I'm gonna look down at my probably hasn't been washed for a while. I've been killing hobgoblin, or I've been
Yeah.
opening up kobolds, patching up.
Tanner
dwarves
gives you
and
a nod of approval at the idea of getting cleaned.
I smile and I leave.
Alright. You smile and leave, and you can do whatever you want to do.
I wanna go to the LLL and get a wash, but I think before that maybe do the weapon selling.
Yep.
Actually, we should all get washed before we sell weapons. We don't want to present
To
our
present as a
merchandise.
crazy people?
Yeah.
You want to present as normal people?
Yeah, so I guess we all go to the LLL and get the honeypot 1 gold special.
Do you all go to the LLL, or does only...
Yeah, I guess I'm
Do you
I suppose-
drag Reuven there?
Ruben, my friend, if you want to be involved in selling these weapons, I'd suggest you come along with us, but if this is something you don't need to partake in, you can find whatever tree suits your fantasies.
You guys go. When you go to the market, as you say, you can get me a, I don't know, new shirt, I guess.
Wouldn't you like to wash yourself?
Meh.
No,
I-
Bats
You were
aren't
I
that.
will find a creek in the woods.
Alright. We didn't agree that you'd have to be filthy. Like, this wasn't a part of, like, some sort of punishment of the race that we did, You can still come and, clean yourself. Just to make sure there's not, like, it's not something not something that you lost your right to.
And you'll have a better standing with all the humans in these places. Unless, of course, you don't want that.
Reuven will look at Uzma. What's like the angle, or what's the emotions Uzma are giving off at the moment? Is he more of like? Is this more of a like a
He's kind of joking, saying he's like smiling.
Does it seem to be more of like a friendship kind of deal, or more of just like a you smell, get clean, please?
No, I think it's more of a thing that well, I don't know, because I feel like Osmar's okay with Reuven if he doesn't want to get cleaned, but he just generally thinks that Reuven's life is gonna be easier. So I guess it's like a friend thing.
Okay, I think Reuven will appreciate the gesture and come with you for it.
Awesome. So I'm moving 4 gold from my character sheet since I haven't added it to the donkey yet. I'll do that soon.
Alright. So you all go to the LLL and get cleaned. Maybe wash your clothes as well and hang them
Yep.
up for drying.
Yep.
Said you wanted to add 4 gold to the donkey.
I'll add the gold soon. Don't worry about it. I
I
can
guess-
Don't
actually,
worry about it,
What's
okay?
in
He's
the
not
bag
going
is
to
what
add
I'm
it. He's
saying.
going
I
to
can
add
do
it
it
to his
now.
How
character
much
sheet.
gold is in the bag?
wait. I'm adding 70 gold to the donkey. Wait, I have way too much gold compared. Okay, I'm adding a little bit more.
Stealing from
I
the
mean, a little bit
party.
more. What are you talking about?
I'm adding 10 more gold. So now I have 28 gold personally, and the donkey has 100. No, actually, wait. I mean,
How much gold was
so
in the bags that Tanner gave you? Is what I'm asking.
he gave me 250 gold bags.
Two
I don't
hundred
know
and
if it,
fifty gold pieces in each, or
50,
250 for both.
50 gold pieces in each.
Okay.
I don't know if we want to like be constantly shifting things from character sheet to character sheet. Can I just move stuff onto the donkey sheet and say that I'm holding onto a bigger portion of this? Because obviously I don't want to have like a bunch of valuables on the donkey and then get robbed.
Well, as long as you
If you
keep it on
keep
your
things
sheet.
on your character, please keep them on your character, not on the donkey.
Okay, so I'm moving some of the gold back to Osmar just because I don't want to get robbed. Okay,
Oh,
is everyone cool with that?
Because you want to get robbed instead of the donkey getting robbed.
I think it's more likely that the donkey gets robbed.
Okay.
So
Viglaf, you mentioned you wanted better armor. Is this still something you want to buy?
nope. Because I don't know how much gold we have, and I don't know how much of that gold is mine.
I am ready to give as much of the shiny stuff of my portion as needed.
I
You
think we should.
can.
I think we should make investments that better our party's strength. I'm not sure if that would be armor right now, but
Well, I mean, more armor means I get hit less. So, you know,
Would it not? I feel like Viglaf would be more braver and would be more willing to go and fight in the front lines.
Oh, it's not that I'm not willing. I'm just very slow.
But it's still good if we give him more of the.
No,
yeah,
I
sure.
don't want more money. I want an equal amount of money, though. Whatever's
We
being
can
paid.
go. We can go have a look at the shops when we go sell our weaponry and see if they have anything for sale.
I shall. I do not think I can come with you. This is
Yeah, that's
probably
fine.
like we're talking in one of our rooms
We're
after we've been
talking.
free.
We're talking while bathing with each other.
Sure.
Yeah, we're sitting around laughing.
I made a map for the honeypot, so let's just quickly get you on the
But
honeypot
it's
map.
not
So
the honeypot.
it's exactly the same thing.
It's the exact.
They've stolen like the
They
architecture
stole
plans.
everything from the honeypot,
Yeah, everything's yeah.
but
Is this
instead
bathing?
of
So we're bathing.
Yup.
yes, so yeah.
Oh, and just to be clear, I'm probably having my clothes washed, but I'm leaving my backpacks like here. I want them to be visible to me.
So this is the
I think
setup,
I have
guys.
to. Unless I'm pretty sure the cat will not want to come to the baths with me.
Oh, the cat actually loves to go into the bath.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Are the baths private?
This is
Oh,
this
private.
large room back there. There's a lot of steam in the air from the hot water, so this is like a bathing and Turkish what is it called? Vapor bath. I don't know what the English expression is. I guess a lot of air vapor in the water vapor in the air. So just like sauna and bathing at the same time.
Are there other people in the room than us?
No, you can have it all
Okay.
for yourself.
Then Ruben will take the cat with him.
Mhm.
Okay. Continue discussion. I can stay at the room if you wish. If we want to protect our other valuables that are on the donkey, and I can have them keep it in our room and protect them.
Also,
Or
whatever gold that you decided to put on the,
Sure.
you have.
I'll give
whatever-
him. I'll give Ruben my backpack. But I want to keep my spellbook in my satchel, and I'm leaving the satchel in my sights in the sauna thing.
Okay.
I'm not giving Ruben my spellbook.
even if you gave him your spellbook, it's written in common, right? It's written in common and magic
It's
text.
written in
It's
magic.
written in magic. Yeah.
Is there like one universal magic text?
No,
It's a
there's.
language of magic.
Okay.
You cannot read
It's
this.
not. It's not that
anyways.
I think he's gonna cheat and read on it. I just don't want. I'm not comfortable giving my spellbook to anyone.
It's just normal
This is a
wizard behavior.
Yeah, this is normal wizard behavior.
Yeah. He probably doesn't even know that like you have a very important book. I'm sure he just thinks you're like reading, light reading, when you have to cast spells. It's just like, weird human wizard stuff.
I took 66 gold from the. I'm not 66. It was 25 gold. This is what my cut would be for that goblin fight thing. No, it's not 66. I have 66. I took 25. That's before
Oh,
selling
from
the
the from what?
you got 2 bags of 50 gold piece, so that means we got 100 pieces. And so I took 25 of that because if we divide it 4 ways between you, me, Corfin, and Ruben, we can get 25 apiece. So I took 25.
I agree with your even split, but right now I have 100. I have all of the 100 GP on my character sheet, so I don't think we should be duplicating the gold. Let's be
I'm
careful
not
about that.
duplicating anything. You just take gold away from your sheet and not put it on mine.
Sure. Okay. Sure.
That's all.
Okay,
I just wanted my fight mates. You can do whatever
Yeah.
you want with the rest of it.
Yeah, no, you can. We might be even spending 100 GP on you. Okay.
No, I wouldn't want. It like that has to be like a majority decision for that sort of stuff for me.
Yeah, exactly. But we don't want to be because nobody benefits from 25 GP.
I actually benefit from 25 GP, but that's besides.
Oh,
the point.
really? Okay.
I do.
Well then, sure.
Because he has the rest of his money, so that's why.
Yeah.
All right, so you can take a bath. The kitty loves playing in the water. And you can wash yourself, get your clothes hanged up, and get the LLL marked bathing. What are they called? Like the thing you put on after
Robes.
the sauna. Robes, yeah, bathing robes,
Yeah.
bathrobes.
Nice.
And then you can lounge around one of the tables. Comparing this establishment to the honeypots, you notice that the wood is a better quality. Like there's a lot of wooden things in here, and they are like perfectly crafted. There has been a lot of money spent on the crafting of these things.
Nice.
Yeah.
Have we already spent the 1 gold for the?
Is this like a Arabic or Japanese type thing where you like sit on the carpet when you eat?
I have not put chairs in there. There should be chairs.
Oh.
I want my Arabic eating experience.
You can
I
probably
don't think
ask
this is the
for
type of
a
world
lower
where
chair,
that's
a
good.
lower table, but
Yeah.
Well, I
Oh,
guess
my-
I'll sit on there if there's one then.
I will subtract 1 gold from my sheet. Boop. That's for this. Oh well.
Wait, someone already did it for Ruben at least, right? So took the 1 gold off.
Yeah,
think it was
no, I
already
subtracted 1
paid.
gold for everyone. I already.
Okay.
So-
So in that case, I have to. Well, I didn't know you did that.
Sorry.
664.
So for Reuven, it's a bathhouse with a cat. He makes sure to cleans the cat. They have fun in the baths, and then they quickly go up into the rooms, so they're not spotted in like
Yeah.
the other
You
common
have
areas.
control of the cat token if you want to move it around.
Cool. But yeah, we I guess we hang out in our room. Reuven probably gets some like good meats. Maybe like a what it is called, charcuterie boards of some like fine meats. Yeah.
Do you want to
I
have
g-
single rooms or double rooms?
Everyone's cheaper. Double room would be fine.
What did the 1 gold get us?
That's up to your choice. You can pay. Everybody
I'll
pays
take
1
a
gold piece.
single room.
Just like the larger double rooms and the smaller single rooms.
I see.
I'll take a single room for myself. at
I'll take a
least.
single room.
Okay. So everybody takes a single room.
Hell yes.
Then
Do you have time
Reuven
to go sell
goes-
the weapons? Sorry.
I'm just going to move Reuven away from the map. Reuven has his own room. He gets quarantined from the rest of the party.
That's fine.
No, it's evening now, so um, not
Shops
really.
are closed.
Yeah, like it's
Okay.
late already.
I guess
You
we'll
came
just tell them
in
tomorrow.
town at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, yeah, you did. No, slightly afternoon. Then you talk with the guy. Now you're in here washing yourselves, washing your clothes. All your clothes are wet at the moment, so
Mm-hmm.
unless you want
Oh
to
yeah,
run
true.
around
We're just
in
in robes.
bathrobes.
Yeah, just
Sure.
hanging out in the bar with the ropes on.
Sure.
So right now you're chilling at the bar, getting your
Sure.
free drink that comes with the 1 gold piece, and if you want to have more drinks, you will have to pay for them. Yeah, and
I'm
after
just
a
gonna be
while,
right back 1 second.
what?
I'm gonna be right back 1 second.
Okay.
He'll probably go up after the one drink. He'll go to his room and start. He wants to actually try and contact his deity to get the deity's name because it's been so many sessions and I just haven't gotten to it. So I figured like that'd be a pretty important thing to do. And then once he gets the name, he's gonna try and find. Well, this is all future talk, but like he wants to try and find more information about this deity. If it's not one of the major ones, who is it?
All right. So you have your 1 drink as well, and then you go into your room. You have the blue room.
Oh, there.
Quarantining, social distancing, quarantining the
Yeah.
party. This is so much fun.
Yeah, no way, right? I've been in my house for who knows how long.
Coffin is
Do I
hanging
roll a-
out. Usma is
Oh,
hanging
sorry.
out. And at some point, our friendly Tanner will show up in the LLL to talk.
He's just-
Rufen
We
is
go
also BRB right now, so I cannot tell him about the amazing
Yeah.
elven wine they are carrying. So
Yeah. Oh well.
unlucky. Okay, that means Usma is back. Awesome.
Something happening?
Oh, sort of.
Rufen is BRB, and I wanted to talk with him about the fact that they are carrying elven wine in this establishment. If he wants to buy some for a lot of money.
That'd be something.
But yeah, Usma, you're hanging out with Corfin in the main room, and then after some time, Tanner shows up. And
Jesus Christ, Tanner has a badass token.
yeah, he has one of the officer
He probably
tokens.
is a badass.
He's probably a badass.
Yep.
Where's it go? Oh wait, I'm in the different.
I guess I asked Tanner, you more of a ale guy or a wine guy?
I'm more of an ale guy. Ale guy.
I
What happened
raise
with
my
your
hand.
elven friend? Doesn't he want to have a drink?
I don't know. He's scared. I don't know. He
He's scared.
wanted some.
I mean, this is
alone,
the
I'm not sure.
as this is my knowledge, the only place in the kingdom where you can get elven wine.
Oh really?
Yeah. Somehow they have managed to get like a few shipments every once in a while.
Truly deserving of this luxury title.
True story.
I waved to one of the bartenders,
Yeah.
and I put up 2, and I scream out ale.
Okay.
Oh, Ruin's back.
And I put like a gold on the table. I'm not sure how much ale cost.
You put a gold on the table, the barkeeper will pocket the gold, give you the ale. This is
2
the
ale.
LLL, okay? And
Wait,
if you
it's
put a
1
gold
gold
piece
for-
on the table, he assumes the rest is a tip.
Okay, but I'm still getting 2 ales, right?
Yeah.
Is
Coffin
that-
is also at the table with you, so
Oh, okay. Then I motion 3 and
yeah.
leave
you
the
put
same
one,
gold piece.
Yeah, he brings 3 and pockets the gold piece.
Oh, did I have anything planned for this guy?
I don't know.
Low Bay. It's a boring place, you say?
Yeah, mostly.
This looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it's the nicest inn in the kingdom. I mean, they stole the idea, obviously, but the craftsmanship in this place. I mean,
There's no tavern fights here ever.
Not on my watch. Not just kidding, but you know, my colleague, she doesn't like bar fights. Just put it like
No.
this.
I
I
feel
mean,
like,
if you go to the Rusty Eggs, maybe you get a bar fight, but in here, nah.
I feel like most often bar fights, in bar fights, the entertainment outweighs the harm caused. Is that unfair of an opinion?
Yo, I don't want to know how much this table costs, so I would be very, very on the safe side with the estimation with this establishment.
That's fair. Um, so can you tell me more about this um this hunters guild? They don't talk to people much, you said?
Yeah, it's more running gag to be fair. I mean, the higher ups in the guild, they are like all the guild masters. They are politicians at heart.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but like the hunters, the people who are out in the woods, they are more like your elven friend, stick to themselves,
They're
talk
not
with
elven though,
animals.
right?
No, that's like the odd half elf every once in a while, but
You think they dislike their humanity?
the hunters.
Yeah.
I
Do
just
they
think they
wake
have a
every day?
different view of nature. I would say like it has more meaning to them. Animals have a more meaning to them.
Do you know if the mages in the mage school act similarly? Are they the same kind of hunter, non-talking type?
I think like the mages, you have the highest chance of somebody interested in talking. For
Are
the
they?
low level people, I mean, like the higher ups, they all they want to do is talk. Let's be fair.
Yeah, but probably generally
Yeah,
talk about other stuff, right?
yeah.
But I assume since they're hunters guild mages, they're also somewhat keen on nature and stuff.
Yeah, sure. Things are associated with nature. I think the headmaster, he's a diviner, but
Oh,
yeah.
interesting. Um, you don't get a lot of mages coming through your parts asking for uh quests. Is it not like a common practice thing that every mage has to go through? Kill a hobgoblin or two?
No, I don't. I, honestly, I don't really know what the mages are doing.
Hmm. Maybe I'll get to chat with some of them.
Good luck.
Bridge the gap.
Bridge the
May
gap.
I feel
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of power mages have that is not well utilized in their dormitories and laboratories and whatnot.
Well, if push comes to shove, I like to rely on my friend here, and he pets the sword at his side. I think this
Yeah, but
carries a lot of power with it.
it's a lot easier to plunge your sword in sleeping foe, don't you think?
Yeah, but where's the fun in that? That's like
I mean,
being bounty officer in Lowway, and he chuckles.
well, sometimes you just want 100 GP for a goblin head, and you don't really want too much excitement.
True. That's why I took this job. I mean, good pay,
Yeah.
not too much excitement.
How much do you get paid? Is that too unfair to ask?
Let's just say it's enough.
Okay. You got a family supporting here?
I have a family that I'm supporting.
Wait, are you part of the military guild?
course I am. And he points to the patch on his shoulder.
What does that entail? What kind of do you have responsibilities other than just working somehow related to the guild?
I run the bounty office in this town. That's my responsibility. I have ranking of an officer in the military guild.
Could you not be a bounty office chief without being a part of the military guild?
The bounty offices are run by the guild, so no.
Oh.
I mean, like, obviously this is all under the royal court, but this is in the hand. Like, the royal court has given the rights, or not the rights, like the... I don't exactly know how they are doing these things, but the military guild deals with the bounty officers, but we get paid from the royal chambers. This is strange, like money running in circles, but at the end of the day, it lands in my pockets and I can spend it how I want.
How do you tend to spend your money?
Paying for food, paying for clothes. My significant other likes to go shopping once in a while. I have two children. Yeah.
You don't have too much gold left for recreational activities?
I have two children.
Yeah,
This is my recreational activity right now.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Any of them want to be a mage one day?
Not if I can avoid it.
Why?
Oh, I would have to ship them to Barrios. Sounds like a bad idea, right?
I guess that's true. But, you know, I feel like everyone not studying the weave, at least to some point, is missing out.
Maybe. Do you know how to fight with a sword?
I got a quarterstaff.
Do you know how to fight with a quarterstaff?
Yeah, I'd say that I got this handled pretty down.
I mean, fighting with a quarterstaff is boink the goblin on the head, right? It's not that hard. Fighting with a blade just takes a lot of elegance and a lot of practice. I think everybody who doesn't know how to masterfully weave a pattern of blows has missed out on something in life.
I'd be fair. I guess everyone's gonna have to miss out on something.
Yeah. But that's why we can talk, right? I can talk about masterfully carving my name in a piece of goblin skin, and you can talk about keeping the goblin asleep while I do this. That sounds like a good plan to me.
Oh, actually, I think not sending your kids to school or to mage school is probably pretty smart. The impression I have of military guild wizards isn't too great.
Let me guess, you're one of these transmuter guys?
Yeah. Why? Do they generally have something against us?
I just heard that the transmuters always think they are the best of everyone, and
well, to be fair, most of every wizard's spellbook, even if they're not a transmuter, is covered in transmutation spells.
Maybe.
I'm not saying that I'm better, but everyone just wants to be me. I guess.
Yeah.
But no, this I think it was an invoker. That's what you guys train in military school, I believe.
Not everyone, but a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah. He thought he'd prove his magical superiority by arm wrestling me.
Sounds like classic military guild, yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I don't know. He didn't seem too bright. I don't know how he became a wizard. I thought that these schools had some sort of test or something. At least that's what my friend here said, and I kind of nudged towards Corfin.
Well, the military guild has also a second test, you know. They test your endurance. You have to be capable of carrying a lot of weight for a long time. So I think there's a lot
No,
of
so
people who are
okay.
average intelligent but very, very good in other things in there. That's probably why they become invokers, right? I heard that they have to be quite the physical constitution to keep up with the spells.
I suppose. Though, as I've studied spells that exist, I've noticed that there's this invocation spell that requires the caster to handle a rotten egg. I couldn't imagine carrying such spell components on me all the time.
Don't all you
Don't you
wizard guys carry strange components on you?
Not too much, as I kind of look towards some of my glass jars with live spiders in them.
You are not wearing your robes?
Yeah, I'm not wearing them. I'm looking at them in like some corner or something, somewhere where I've placed them.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference between carrying weird components and fondling rotten eggs.
Is fondling living spiders that much less strange?
Yeah, I think so. Spiders are cute.
Everybody has his own opinions, okay?
I feel like there can't be too many opinions on rotten eggs.
You know, when I was a young kid, we had this neighbor. And let's just say, always since I had this neighbor, I have a good opinion about rotten eggs.
Oh. I suppose.
Maybe that's the reason why they carry rotten eggs, huh?
Maybe for us transmuters.
Yeah, true. And he
That's right.
drinks his cup. Give me a
Yeah.
charisma check.
What's my charisma? Is it 12?
I don't know, you can click on your token and then make a skill
yes,
check.
it's 12. R1d20 plus. Yes!
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah. He
Tanner
is.
loves me.
He likes talking with you, and he sticks around, and he drinks. He buys you 2 more rounds of ale, and at some point he
Amazing.
starts talking about random shit in the city. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, being like three beers in, he starts talking about. You know, we have this strange thing going on right now. I don't know what it is, and Vera doesn't know what it is either. And somehow, some people report like strange lights coming from the temple in the night. I don't know. I have talked with the Pater Primus, and he said, yeah, I had the same thing, and people should just report to me whenever they hear something. But it's very, very strange. Very strange.
Strange lights from a temple?
Yeah.
That's most curious.
Lightning show. I really don't know. And also, I shit you not, okay? I shit you not. I always talk shit about Lobe, right? Like this forest and this town is the most boring place on this planet. But for some reason, down south in the forest, yeah, there's this town. It's called Deepwood, yeah, and I shit you not, I'm 100% sure that they have some sort of furry shit going on down there. Maybe it's the craziest town.
Weren't
You
you
have
calling
to look at
Hancock
it.
crazy just earlier today?
Hancock is crazy, okay? But this town, the whole town is crazy.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if they walk around naked every Sunday evening.
That's most curious.
And then, we had elections half a year ago, right? And so we have this new commoner council person, yeah. It's a young lady, yeah. And
I don't know which town she comes from. I have never asked her. I don't speak much with the people on the council. And she didn't have a
She?
place in town, yeah? And somehow this rich merchant guy, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he writes her a letter. I don't know what he does. And now she lives with him.
What?
W-
Really?
uh,
Imagine being that rich that you can just write a letter and have a good-looking young lady live with you.
Yeah, and a politically powerful one as well. How's that fair?
It's insane.
Imagine how easy it is to trade his wares, you know? Taxes always favor him. How
I
does
mean,
that happen?
this guy, he's so rich. I don't think he cares about this shit anymore.
No, really?
Yeah, he isn't even part of the merchants guild. That's how rich he is.
Jesus.
He buys all the strange stuff that comes through town. He imports strange stuff. I mean, that's what everybody says about him. I don't think anybody has seen him in the last few years, but it's
Really?
crazy story. I shit you not. This town is like the most boring place on the planet, and then this fucking rich guy moves here like 30 years ago. I don't know when he came here. And he lives in this. He buys this old derelict place and somewhat haphazardly builds new things around it and makes it livable again. But you know, if you look at his house, I mean, it's big, but parts of it are still broken down. I like,
That is
yeah,
It's-
wacky shit. I tell you, there's some wacky shit going on as well in this town. But well, nobody dies, so not much to do for
Nobody
us.
And you said that you haven't seen him in 2 years?
Nobody has seen him. I mean, I guess his servants see him from time to time, but it's not like he's running around in town buying things, selling things. He only sends letters, and then people bring things to him, or his minions go and buy things.
But his minions are seen on a daily basis.
Yeah, sure. They go to market, buy stuff.
That is crazy.
Hmm. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Definitely not something you'd expect from a boring town, as they say.
Well, I guess in Port Dream there's more shit going on down there with the guild.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
What kind of shit's going down in Port Bream? I haven't heard of these stories.
I mean,
You're just full of gossip.
yeah, no shit.
What I mean, how I spend my time. That's the only thing that comes by me is gossip.
Wait, that's fair.
Just, you know, the guild, and he looks around suspiciously. I bet that they are operating out of Port Bream.
What guild?
Their guild.
The rich guys.
Oh. You think so?
Yeah.
What makes you think this?
Think about a skeezy, scheming, probably necromancer sitting around. Where is he gonna sit around? In this forest? Or in the port town, having access to the ships that go to the mining platforms, the ships that go to Hatana Island, all the travel that goes through all the trade that goes through the kingdom, like 90% of the trade goes through this town. If I was trying to skim off the top, that's where I would be. And then spooky shit happens, people get stabbed. Nobody ever gets stabbed in here.
That's so strange, because your cities aren't that far from each other. You'd think that some flow over would appear.
Well, who knows?
But lucky for you, I suppose.
Lucky for me, yeah. Speaking of lucky for me, my friend, it has been so much fun, but it's getting late and I have to go back to my family.
Hey, man. Yeah, I wish you and all of your kids the best of luck. I hope we'll meet
Thank
again.
you. Yeah, come by the office when you doink the next guy over the head, okay? But
Gotcha.
please no people goinking, okay?
Gotcha.
Unless you want to make Vera's life more fun, when you can murder someone in this town, but I think that's a bad idea.
I give him a laugh.
He says, alright, see you guys, and he heads out.
Oh, see ya. God, this guy's so fucking based.
You seem like an interesting guy. Yeah.
He has a cool token. His name is Tanner.
Yeah.
Giga Chad.
And he's a gossip. So
Yeah.
Rufen, you haven't, I don't know if you heard this, but at some point the barkeeper would have tried to sell you elven wine.
Ooh.
A glass of elven wine for 2 gold pieces.
Yeah, definitely pick up this up. But I think he was told this when he was coming out of the bathhouse, and wearing his nice. I'm imagining white like bathrobes. He had this like kind of bulge on his stomach as he was holding like a cat underneath, as he just
A
picked
wet
it up.
cat, to be precise.
Yeah, there's a wet cat on his stomach, like underneath his robes as they were walking to his room. But he picked it up, but he didn't go for it yet.
Okay. Alright. Usma, anything else you want to go do before you go to sleep?
I don't think so.
Alright, then let's quarantine
I
you
go-
in your room.
I grab my bags, obviously.
And then we will also quarantine Corfin is in his room.
Whoa. The honeypot.
It's a nice place.
Oh, by
And
the way, I see through Corcoran's eyes.
you see through Corfin's
Also.
eyes?
I think it's because
I
in the
gave you
Hobgoblin
control
fight,
at some point, yeah. That's just... Oh, this is from the character sheet.
Minecraft bed.
Minecraft bed. Alright. Just give this to... Oh no, this is an NPC now, so stream doesn't see this either. Alright. You can go to sleep. If you want to.
I'm sleeping.
You're sleeping. Okay.
We got trying to get a hold of his deity, like put him on the line.
Some
see what the
things
name
happening in this night, so let's go. Also, you will quickly notice that a lot of the things in here, I have not described this before because this wasn't yet decided, but there's a few magic things in here, like the lamps on the wall are obviously magic. You can turn them off by clapping and turning them on.
Nah, and the clapper is amazing.
Yeah. Also the bathtub, there was a ever burning piece of wood in there.
Wow.
Nice.
Did some of you go to the
we need to
toilet?
Someone probably went at some point, right?
Okay, if you go to the toilet, you notice this is like a hole in the ground toilet. And if somebody's curious and looks what happens when you shit through the thing, then you notice that it's getting dissolved underneath.
Wow.
Like by like a cube. Is it like one of those gluttonous cube things?
Probably, yeah.
It's a gelatinous cube just eating all the shit.
Yeah, it's like a wizard toilet.
Man.
Yeah. All right.
That's cute.
Wait, that must be an expensive project, right?
Mm-hmm. Think of like the money that rakes into this place. Holy crap! Like if they are going to be able to afford that stuff, like magical lamps, magical cubes, eating shit in the.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Or
make
just
like,
anything, I
don't
guess.
know, 80 gold pieces a night or so.
Man, that's nuts.
And once all the things are set up, they have no cost. Like magic lights do not have any cost to upkeep them. You don't have to replace the candles and shit. They are just working.
Was this place funded by the crazy rich guy who moved in 30 years ago?
Who
Possibly.
knows? Maybe the Merchants Guild,
That-
maybe somebody else.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting mystery we have to solve.
Okay, as we have managed to finish a quest along the way, we actually have 2 level ups. Reuven levels up to level 2. And the Wiglaf levels up his priest to level 2.
Oh boy!
Sad.
Don't worry, we're gonna try and get some more stuff.
So, Reuven, let's give me your roll. You roll a d10 for hit points.
Big.
7.
A 7.
Nice.
That's a good one.
Bigly.
Plus your Constitution modifier, right?
Yeah, if he has
Or
one.
is that only for?
I don't have
Oh,
con.
okay. Well.
And Wiglaf, roll me a d6 divided by 2.
Okay. D6. So, divide button.
Wait, priest HP is D6?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Oh, d8, sorry. A d8 divided by 2.
is that 1d8 slash 2?
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh.
That's
2 hit
fine.
points.
Well.
Do you have a con mod?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
Okay. Did you
It's,
roll your HP on level 1?
HP adjustment is 1. Yes, I did. You told me to roll the average between 1d10 and 1d8.
Because you have.
I rolled I think I rolled an. What was it? I think it was an 8. And,
Oh no, yeah, it's a 4 and a 6. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So you should have right now 6 HP, and then you go up to 2.5, 8.5 HP.
Oh.
Yeah.
8.5. Okay. 8.
Do I heal the amount I get, or
I don't-
a partial amount of the new HP I get?
You stay at the same percentage.
So
What
this
was
goes
your
up
percentage
again.
before? 6 out of. I don't know, what, 4 out of 6?
Yes.
So now you should be at 8 out of 13.
So let me get this correct. So once I get the fighter level, that should go up again from level 1 to level 2.
Yeah.
Okay. I just rolled like really shit for my priest.
You rolled average for your priest, yeah.
Wait, wouldn't I get the HP adjustment being 1? So like if I rolled 2, I got instead of 2, I'd get 3.
Yeah, but you get your HP adjustment of only once.
Oh, okay.
So you only get half per level.
I got you. Okay.
So when
Nope, didn't know that.
when your fighter goes up, you will get d10 divided by 2 plus 0.5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool beans.
Okay.
Well, oh, I get one more spell slot, huh?
Yes, true. And it's sleepy time.
Nice.
And
I didn't use shit today. Oh, I should have used the Cure Light Wounds on Reuven.
should
Yeah.
have. You didn't.
Nope.
Happened. So.
Well,
Oh, right thing.
yeah, the plant attacked Reuven, and I figured like I'll just heal him later. I figured I didn't know how health works if you go to sleep and then come back. Anyway, he'll be fine tomorrow.
It's sleepy time.
Mm-hmm.
Reuven, any plans to leave the inn and sleep in the forest?
I don't think. I think Reuven and Kitty have a great night after they had a great sauna. They took all the like bedding out and like there's like a comfortable carpet I see here.
Mm-hmm.
They made like a blanket fort for themselves.
Mhm.
They had a great night of just.
Okay. So you're
Yeah.
chilling.
Can I? No. I can't open the window and try and call Zool, right?
No.
Oh.
Is Zool sitting on the donkey still? Or have you told Zool to sit in a tree?
Oh. I got
What's
you.
Zool up to
Oh,
right now?
beats. What is he up to? Oh,
Yeah.
beats me. I'm guessing he's just. I thought that I would try to have him like on me at all times until
Mhm.
like if I have to sleep or something, he obviously can't sleep in the inn or anything, so he just go off to a tree or something, or wherever he can perch.
Okay, so he's probably somewhere outside waiting for your
Yeah.
return.
Yeah.
Hunting a mouse in the streets.
Hmm. I have to constantly be training him that task every night for 3 weeks, or else I think he just goes back to doing his reverting to his like original thing or something. Maybe I'm reading that wrong.
Ah, it's a bit less complicated, but yeah. You want to keep training him at least for a week until he understands what you want from him. Then he
Yeah,
will have
the
learned the
task.
trick. And yeah. Okay. So it's sleeping
Oh,
time. Wiglaf, you wanted to get in contact with your deity, right?
yes. I wanted to know what the deity's name was. So I could, if anyone asked, I can give them the actual name of the deity. Or is it bad to do that? Probably wouldn't be. I mean, I guess people say all the major gods being called things, but if people are interested in, joining the Death Church,
Yeah. So you
that's,
try to pray in this night, and you don't really get anything in return, and maybe slightly disappointed, go to sleep.
no. Okay, I'll try it again some
And
other time.
as you go to sleep and fall asleep,
Oh no.
you wake up in a familiar place.
Am I in
Let
front
me
of the big
just
tree?
set these things up. No, you are not. You are in a strange place, all alone. Seems like you remember this place. You have been here
Oh,
before.
I know what this
The
is.
rest of the party is on the map as well, but they are not here with you. You're all alone.
Oh, okay.
And just so they can see what's happening. Running up to you is a group of hobgoblins.
Oh no.
You recognize them. It's the same group of hobgoblins you have murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, one of them is missing his head. All of them
I
are kind of rotten,
yuck.
and they very slowly walk in your direction.
Well, I know just the spell for this, but I didn't prepare for it.
As they very
um.
slowly walk in your direction.
Mm-hmm.
The light is not existent in this place. This is all this shadowy, misty scene that you have lived through before.
This is probably a test from my deity. So at least that's what Weeklift is thinking.
They're coming closer.
I'm going to ask my deity, if I can, from this realm, like, what would you have me do, my lord?
There's no answer.
I'm going to get my shield and mace out. I'm ready to beat back some undead assholes. Let me see if I get. I'm going to cast. Wait, can I cast Bless on myself from this realm?
You can try whatever you want to try.
Yeah, I'll try and cast Bless on myself.
You cast Bless on yourself.
Do I feel like it's done anything?
You feel like you've casted a spell.
Okay. Oh boy.
The headless hobgoblin walks forward.
I'm going to walk forward toward it. Very, very proud of myself. Very, sure of my action.
He raises his pole arm and swings in your direction.
Oh boy.
What's your AC?
16.
16?
Mhm.
He hits you.
Ooh. How much damage?
You take 4 damage.
Nice. Nice. Go. I'm gonna smack the headless man.
Roll to hit.
20 plus. I think it's a plus 1. 20. Wow. 20.
You crit.
Yep. The damage to be 1d6 plus 1. Hold on, puppy. Plus 1. I have to do that times twice, right?
Yeah, it's 2d6 plus 2, yeah.
Oh, 2d6. Oh, okay, sorry, you're right. 2d6 plus 2.
Does the plus bonus get doubled as well?
Yeah, because the damage is d6 plus 1.
Hold on, puppy.
Oh, okay.
My dog is, he's trying to snoot me really hardcore. Alright, so 6 damage.
6 damage. You hit the guy without a head. He wobbles a bit and then stabilizes.
Woo.
The rest of the hobgoblins have encircled you.
Mm.
The one next to you swings his polearm as well. Misses you. The other one on the other side swings his polearm. Also misses you. As you feel like this compulsion overcome you,
Okay.
and you take a step back. Is Puppy angry in the background?
I'm sorry. No, I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
This is a very serious moment. Now I'm having a serious time. It's just, my dog's like, bro,
Just-
stop.
Yeah, it sounds like the undead dog in the background growling.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
it adds to the seriousness.
Yeah. It's,
As you take a step back and you, from under your coat, grab your holy symbol and hold it in front of you and
okay.
scream something unintelligible to you at this moment. And roll
Okay.
me a... what is what you roll? A d20.
D20, okay. I was about to say, could I turn undead? And I just realized I think I need that spell slot or something. Oh, 6.
6. Which is a terrible roll, but who cares at this moment? This is not the
Yeah.
real world, right?
Yeah.
And roll me a d6
Okay.
divided by 2.
Oh, that's well, one of the.
Okay. So that's 1.5, which is a 2.
Yeah.
And as you scream, whatever unintelligible thing you were screaming and holding your symbol in front of you, you notice how these two turn around,
Okay.
step in between you and the other ones.
Whoa. Okay, are they attacking or
And
guarding
start
me?
attacking the other hobgoblins.
Oh shit. Oh.
The guy without a head critting the hobgoblin in front of him,
Wow.
cutting him in half. The other one is bad at attacking and doesn't accomplish anything.
Huh.
And the hobgoblins start fighting in between each other. This goes on for a while. They all roll shit. It's
Oh,
interesting. Your hobgoblins are the better hobgoblins. They roll good, the other ones don't. As they cleave their way through the rest of the hobgoblins.
Can I go? Can I kind of be in unison with them and try and cleave my way to the group?
Can help with the rest of the attack. There is 3 hobgoblins left. Your 2 friends, and
Boop, that's it. Wow.
you miss.
I don't have to. I don't help. It's fine.
One of your friends hits
the rest of the hobgoblins. One of them hits, killing your friendly hobgoblin down here. So
Damn.
it's 2 against 2 now. You and Crush without a head against 2 hobgoblins who are dead.
Well, let me know when I get to attack again.
Yeah, roll to hit.
Ah,
Crush
God.
misses, you miss. The other 2 hobgoblins. Crush gets hit. You get hit as well by
Ooh, what did you hit?
guy with a sword. You take 1 damage.
Ooh. Oh, that's-
You get a second attack in this round.
Okay. Yeah, man. I'm trying my best. What? Or not.
You
It's
miss
fine. I don't have
again.
to
Crush attacks. Misses. The other 2 hobgoblins attack. Both miss as well. It's your attack.
try. Jesus. It's crazy. I keep missing every. Wow.
You miss. Thing repeats. Crush crits again,
Oh,
killing another hobgoblin.
jeez.
The one against you. What's your AC? 20? 16?
16. Yeah. Oh, no, it'd be 18, right? 'Cause it's or is that 17? Or what is it? Plus?
Plus doesn't give you AC.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, never mind. 16.
The guy hits you again,
I get a +1 to hit. That's what it was.
dealing
Okay, what
3
do you hit with?
damage.
I'm out.
As you once again have this strange brush with death. The surge rushes through you. And you can make your attack.
Oh my god. Okay. 19.
That's a crit.
Oh, man. 11.
Killing the
Jesus.
last undead
Wow.
hobgoblin. There's only Crush left next to you.
Oh.
And Crush looks at you. He turns in your direction. He doesn't have a head, but he turns in your direction. Where the fuck is Crush? There he is. Okay.
Right.
And makes like this noise in your direction.
Ooh. Can I touch Crash? You know.
Yeah, you can touch him.
Okay, I just want to touch my shoulder or something. I want to see if I can sense anything. Like, is it some sort of? I'm trying to think. Can I speak to it? Can I speak to Crash?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just going to I guess we left with a straight face, barely hanging on to just life.
You notice that
Yes.
your life energy is draining.
Yeah. I'll be like, I'm just going to tell him, good work. And I'm going to hit Crush.
Do this.
Hmm?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, that was weird.
Crush is not defending himself.
No. 11.
You hit him.
7.
He falls over backwards.
Whew.
You are on your last leg. You feel like
Mm.
you feel the unconsciousness creeping up to you.
Cure light wounds. I'm gonna hit myself.
And then D8.
Yeah.
Just kidding,
Oh.
doesn't matter. It restores you to 1
Oh.
HP anyways. So,
Oh, okay, well that's true. So I guess I just do 1.
and the music has stopped. What the fuck? Music, why are you doing this shit? You
I like the music.
fall to the ground.
Yeah, I probably have like 1 leg up or something. It's like it's sounding just like the zombies.
Sounding like the zombies, yeah. And you hear this flapping of wings. And
I'm going to look. Oh, yeah.
you try to look up, and landing in front of you, landing on the corpses of the
Dead, undead, undead, dead hobgoblins
Yeah.
is a large bird with a skull face
Mm,
looking
Not too.
intensely in your direction. It's
Yeah, I'm
not
just gonna
saying
tell.
anything.
Oh, sorry.
It's not saying anything, it just looks in your direction.
Can I speak, or am I just too weak to do that?
You can speak.
I'm going to tell the undead lord, or the undead owl thing. I'll be like, my lord, I have done what you've asked. Oh, is there anything else you wish me to do?
I have not asked anything from you so far.
Oh, well, that was my mistake. Miscommunication. It won't happen again.
This was a demonstration.
So I can control dead creatures.
The undead. And you hear this disgust in the voice. The voice does not really come from the creature, but does not really come from your head. It's like all around you. Like the undead. They have to be purged. They are an affront to me.
Yes, my lord. Whatever you ask.
They have their use. But they are not to exist without a reason.
I have a question. Would this also pertain to people that have been revivified? Like someone that's been dead and then someone has revivified them, or maybe they came back and they're like some sort of unnatural life. I don't know. I guess it's still. Anyway, something like that.
You
Or would
can
it,
have your
or would those,
questions and they will be answered at times.
oh,
Are you
right.
asking questions?
So, no, I meant, I didn't want to make it seem like uh, how would
You're
I
trying
word
to
this?
play semantics with your deity?
No, I'm not. No, I'm trying. Undead. Like, is it anyone who's been revivified or anyone who's been resurrected from death? Total, I guess, whatever the death god sees as death. Like,
The Death God said what he said, okay?
okay, that's yeah. Okay, he said what he said. That's it. Okay.
At some time in the future, I will call on you. There's things in this world that have to be removed. This
I would.
will be your duty to me. For this, I will grant you this power.
I would do as you ask.
Yes, you will.
Yes, I will.
Is there anything else you need from me?
I'm a very weak man. I would like to be a little bit more hardy. Sorry.
Do not take this momentary situation too serious. This is my realm. You only feel what I want you to feel. You only see what I want you to see. And you only do what I want you to do.
Have you been pleased with my symbols of the corpses of our enemies?
Yes. Make sure that no souls remain behind. They have to be returned, taken care of. We don't want them to be trapped. And you feel this force, like forcing you to stand up against your will.
All right.
Your body feels like shit. You still stand up. Like, now, my son, return to your world. If there's nothing else that you need.
No.
And with you saying no, you feel like a sharp pain rushing through your body, knocking out your consciousness,
Great.
and you fall back asleep.
Yeah.
I mean, your consciousness ends. Let's put it like this. You
Right,
only know
right,
that you've
yeah.
been asleep once you wake up. But
Yeah.
the next thing you know is you wake up in the morning. You have your full HP.
Nice. I'm probably sweating a bit, but I know my
Yeah,
mission.
you're sweating a lot. Like your bed is wet. You feel this
Did you in
strange
the end
compulsion.
not?
What was that, Ruben?
Sorry, DM, for interrupting. But
I just
did
said
the
you feel the strange compulsion to take another bath
Oh. I guess
as
I'll be
soon as
going down to
possible. It's in the middle of the night, bedtime.
Oh.
But in the morning, you probably want to take a new bath.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Alrighty.
Did you in the end not ask the one question you were asking?
Well, I didn't know if he was wanting me to ask him a question. Working with Samantha, like anyone who's been brought back from total death, do they all
No,
need
the
to
other
die?
question.
Like their name. Yeah. I thought that was what I was asking, but they didn't give it to me. So I wasn't going to ask again. Unless I
You're
was
the god
supposed to.
guy.
Well, I
You're
mean, the DS. I didn't. I guess I didn't know. I didn't have the information that the god would give me their name and their domain, as opposed to giving me like I thought asking them a second time would probably not get them very happy. But I thought next time when I'm in the domain at some point, it's when I'm playing shifting or something, like I'll ask them again a third time. It's gonna be fun. This is really funny. I'm priest following a god that doesn't. I don't know my god's name. Hey, DM. Did I? I'd like to have the name of my deity, and I would have probably liked to ask for their name, but since you didn't give it to me on the bedside, that's the reason why I didn't ask in the domain. So
Right.
you asked me if I wanted something else, and I'm like, I just didn't put two and two together. Okay, I should have asked like, what was your name?
Maybe you should have asked what is your name. Maybe you
That's
wouldn't
exactly
have
what I
gotten
should
an
have done.
answer. Maybe, who knows? You have asked once before and you have not gotten an answer. So.
That's what I thought. I thought that's what Ruben was saying. Like, yeah, you should have asked for the deity's name. And I'm like, I did. He said nothing.
Well, yeah. You're the god man here. You know
Yeah.
best.
My
True
God would know that.
story.
I'm just the messenger.
Hmm.
This is going to be interesting if I find people that like. Well, I guess I would already know about undead, right? Whether they want someone to know about them being undead or not, or do I have like some sort of sixth sense to this? Like anyone who's like been brought back from the death, who's supposed to technically be dead.
You
Maybe
have
the elf is undead.
you heard what you heard. Like the undead are
yeah.
up front.
Yep.
So
Yep. That's my mission. Kill all undead.
yeah.
And if I have to
Didn't
use them.
we just hear about a necromancer in Port?
Yes,
whatever?
that's true. Yeah. Oh, you meant like ask a question about the necromancer. Well, I wasn't in the same room. I was in the bedroom. But I'm sure Usmar would tell me in the morning. So, next time.
We'll see what happens.
Oh, I bet I get like an ability to see undead, like even if they don't look undead. That'd be cool. I'm gonna check my spell list.
Well, you have
Maybe-
an ability to tell if somebody is basically dead or not.
Oh,
Maybe
oh.
maybe your god wants you to kill the god because he seems undead.
Yeah, the guy wants me to
This
kill God.
might be the ultimate goal, you know.
Yeah, I kill a god. No big deal. It's fine.
It's like the usual questline progression, right?
Yeah.
Kill 7 boars. Quest number 1. Quest number 2, kill the Bandit clan. Quest number 3, kill the gods.
Oh my god.